Probably should step back.
I did not,
Okay,
Council
Mayor,
is going to be a minute late. There he is. Hello, Catherine. Okay. Notice of electronic meeting, City Council Workshop Meeting, July 8th, 2020. We are holding a public electronic workshop meeting today, July 8th. The meeting is broadcast via YouTube Live, linked and online, washingtoncity.org/meetings. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for today.
So made. Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Clef, aye.
Ivy, aye. Coates, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on to item 2, discussion and review of Washington City impact fee methodology. You guys know
Methodology.
Analyst Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So we actually had Sunrise Engineering do an analysis for us on our impact fees and how we can get more realistic with our impact fees, the way we charge them. So I have Dustin with Sunrise here, and in your packet, you should have the letter that Dustin sent out, and we'll have Dustin give a real brief overview and then answer any questions that you may have.
I don't see the letter either. I had it, but now I don't have it on my packet.
Good evening, everyone. Good to be back with you.
Hey, we don't have the letter in our packets.
Okay.
It was there and I read it.
We have it. Can you show the screen there?
Yes, so we'll share the screen with you.
We can see it on the screen.
Okay.
You can see it there. Okay. So
it was in your packet a meeting or two ago.
It was last month. It was on the agenda last month, I think.
And we didn't get to it.
We got too late, yeah. But I can go through the highlights here real quick and then answer any questions and if you want to review some of the details. But in summary, Roger and Mike came to us here a while ago and always, you know, well, our last meeting, I think there was quite a discussion with a citizen about impact fees, but that's always a topic of conversation and a lot of different applications for impact fees that come up. But the idea that Roger brought to us was, is there a way that we can a methodology that we could look at to make our impact fees more equitable? And one of the things that we were asked to look at was tying the impact fee to maybe a house size or a lot size or something like that. And so what this letter is
Can I jump in just real quick?
pardon? Yes, go ahead.
Can you scroll back up on the letter? I'm having a hard time reading the letter, but I think I'm seeing that dated April 13th.
Yep.
So so are you sure was this conversation after the impact fee discussion we had a few weeks ago, or was this a conversation that
it has nothing to do with the impact fee a few weeks ago? I was just referencing that as I was listening in that council meeting, that the impact fee questions come up quite frequently, and
this has been a conversation for some time, and now it's being done in the council.
Yes, and so what this is just a hypothetical analysis, not hypothetical, but a sample analysis of your water system impact fee. You already have your water system facilities plan from 3 years ago resulted in an impact fee analysis. And this first page of this letter shows just a summary of that impact fee calculation. And just in a nutshell, the impact fee is taken by from your capital facilities plan, you had $9.8 million of impact fee eligible project costs over the next 10 years. And looking at growth that would occur over that 10-year period, it's a simple calculation of dividing that 9.8 million by over 4,000 new connections that are expected to come onto the system in that time. And that results in what your current culinary water impact fee is of $2,412. That's just a summary, and that's based on an ERU, which is an equivalent residential unit. And so all residential connections, which are generally 3/4 inch meters, pay that. That's the impact fee they would pay. Where commercial units, connections would be evaluated to see how many equivalent residential units they would incur.
What is our current residential water impact fee?
That is it right there, $2,412.
And you're saying that this is a correct impact fee, and you're not recommending a change?
So this letter isn't any recommendation of change. What we were asked to do is just evaluate, and what I'm going to go through from here is an alternate method of coming up with an impact fee based on some ideas that your staff had presented to us to look at. And the reason I'm bringing up the culinary water system impact fee is this is an analysis that there's already data for. You already have capital costs, you already have growth projections. And so and I'm going to go through kind of an alternate way of looking at this. So this is based just strictly on equivalent residential units. As you know, you've got units in the city that are probably 900 to 1,000 square feet, and you've got 10,000 plus square foot homes. And so they're going to pay the same impact fee if they're a residential connection. And so what I'm going to go through and what this letter summarizes is if we were to look at that from a building size or a lot size perspective.
Dustin, real quick, let me give just a background while you're doing this. So what our intentions were here is the question was asked, particularly as it relates to affordable housing. And as Dustin mentioned, it doesn't matter if you have 1,000 square foot home or a 20,000 square foot home. If you have the same meter size, the current impact fee is based upon that meter size. So what we had asked them, and I called this a shadow study because you currently got the impact fee in place. We're not asking for a change at this moment. Maybe something you may want to consider in the future if you like the methodology. But what we approach Sunrise with is to say, we just want to take one of the impact fees. Let's take water because that seemed to be almost the simplest. And let's look to see if there's a different methodology that might be more equitable in the way that we calculate these things. With this understanding that the capital facilities plan that's currently in place is still the capital facilities plan that you've got to use. That dollar amount still needs to be funded. It's just how we fund it. We wanted to look at different options. And so it began as a square footage indoor. Dustin will get to a point where we actually, as they were developing this alternative or this shadow study, he'll explain to you where we actually got this kind of nifty, or they did, kind of this creative idea about possibly looking at outdoor as well. And so this just represents a project that we took on, kind of part of the innovative side of Washington City, to say, is there a different way and a more equitable way to deal with these things that possibly others have not considered at the time. And so it's well enough done by Sunrise that I think they've done a great job for your consideration. So there's no action item necessarily. Right. It's just that. Okay, sorry about that. I want to just give that background.
Roger, you prefaced your comments by the question was asked. So who asked the question? I'm trying to understand how this started. You started with the question was asked. Who asked the question? Well,
the question became kind of discussion that has evolved over the years, by people on our impact fees. So going back to what Dustin said, every time we have an impact fee come up and every time we have a discussion about affordable housing, and especially when those two get connected, it's always, and as you know, Washington City is one of the higher impact fee cities in the county, if not the highest. And so the question kind of evolved from all these discussions we've always had, and that is, well, we've always done it this way. And the council was involved. The previous council had some discussion with respect to this too. But the question was then asked, we took that from what we'd said and went back to Sunrise and said, Sunrise, is there a different methodology that we could look at, that we could bring back to the city council to have them consider, that maybe addresses those elements we keep hearing about, and that is affordable housing and impact fee, and if there's a better nexus. So the question kind of has evolved over the years. The question asked of Sunrise came from me to Sunrise.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. And this, the way your impact fee is set up based on meter size is very, I mean, I don't know of many entities out in Utah that are much different than in their water impact fee as far as charging that by meter size. But there's no guidelines in impact fee law that says that's what it's based on. Just has to be a reasonable plan. So what I'm going to go through in this letter, and you'll get a copy of this to look at closer. But again, these numbers at the top of this page are your city average water uses. This is based on the master plan. Again, this is all existing data, which is what made it fairly easy to take a look at this water impact fee. You've got about your average use is split between indoor and outdoor, and it's fairly close, indoor versus outdoor on average. But your meter size and the pipelines that deliver water to your system have to be based on a peak demand. And when you come to peak demand, your outdoor usage is heavy. I mean, your peak times for watering, peak day uses in the summer, those go up substantially, whereas in the winter they'll drop. So we use these numbers, and let me just tell you the gist of the calculation. What we've done is we've acquired data that's available through the Washington County Assessor for both building size and lot sizes in Washington City, and put those together of what so right now you've got 56 million square feet of lots in developed lots. We excluded anything over, I think, 1.5 acres, assuming that's going to it's not going to be residential or subdivided land. It's probably more agriculture. Again, we've looked at this at a high level right now. And your average lot size for a residential unit is 11,000 square feet. That seems pretty reasonable. For your houses, your average house size is 1,957 square feet. Again, this is based on the county assessor records that we were able to pull pretty easily. And so what we've done is we've determined what we called an indoor use factor, which applying a calculation growth of same thing. We use the 10-year growth rate that was in your water master plan, which is an increase over of 34% over the next 10 years, to come up with an added number of square feet for indoor for structures or houses. And then divided that by your capital facility impact fee eligible costs. It would come up with a factor, an indoor use factor of $0.35 per square foot. Doing the same thing with outdoor, same thing. We've got lot size, we've got structure size, and so the difference is your lot size that's that's available for watering. We did not get into the detail of going in and calculating, well, how much land is irrigated and landscaped versus how much is hardscape, pavement, whatnot. But so this is, again, it's a high level look at this. But the same concept, we looked at average lot size, growth over the next 10 years, and divided that by your capital facility, your impact fee eligible costs over the next 10 years. And the outdoor use factor is 0.15. And so what this does, and I'm just going to jump forward to this table. We were able to build this table based on, you've got house size on the left column. You've got lot size across the top. And anybody that comes in, and so I've got these red arrows here that show where the average house size of 1957 falls, along corresponding with an average lot size of 11,034. That's going to roughly be in this 2,000 to 2,300, somewhere in this 2,000 to 2,500 range, which incidentally coincides with right where your impact fee is right now of 2,400. If someone were to come in, if you say you look over here in this 1 acre lot column, and they've got a 1 acre lot and a 6,000 square foot home, impact fee is 8,000. If they were to come in and they just have a 1,000 square foot, small home on, a less than quarter acre, their impact fee may be 1,300. And so this is the kind of the methodology that we went through. And I think what your staff wanted to see, Roger wanted to see, was, hey, is there a way that this equates and that we can look at this? And our experience going through this exercise and these calculations is that it looks like it fits pretty well and is something that can be applied, that can be systemized, and possibly in a more equitable way. And so in summary, that's what this looks at. Again, we're just looking at the culinary water here. We can see how this could apply with different impact fees I know you've got a number of different impact fees in your city. And so, you can look at that as well. Does anybody have any questions on how those, how that methodology works, or anything else with regard to this?
How does the average home size today compare with 1959?
Good question.
That is the average of today?
That's the average of the current county.
Because I was understood, I thought the impact of, you put the arrows as related to 1959. Am I misunderstanding on that?
Oh, no, the average house size today is 1,957 square feet.
Right, I apologize. I was under the understanding that you were basing this off of 1959 house size.
Oh, I apologize, yeah.
Apologize if I misunderstood that.
So Dustin, is this methodology, is it been tried out at any other community that you're aware of? Or is this all uncharted territory here? Just kind of...
We just doing a search around the West and around the country. There are different means of doing it, and every state has different impact fee laws, but there's certainly different ways of doing it. I'm trying to remember, Roger, when we did this back, this has been several months ago. There's your transportation impact fee, for example, is along the lines of it's based on your streets, your capacity of your streets, your average daily use. And so it's not geared specific to, each house is the same. It's based on actual use. And so there are examples out there of applying different methods to developing the impact fee. The bottom line, as you know, with the home builders associations and developers that will come in and may want to contest or impact fees, as a city, you just need to have a methodology in place that's understandable, that's reasonable and equitable as possible.
So let me answer a little bit of that. So as Dustin said, there are a number of states that will do them differently, and the rule of thumb in states are different. So for instance, Florida primarily uses square footage. But some states use fixture, numbers of fixtures as a methodology based. I think traditionally we have here, at least in Utah, I won't say for the West necessarily, but in Utah, we've said, well, we're going to just look at size of meters, for instance, since we're talking about water. What has become part of the equation now, though, is the affordability issue. And that's why this became higher and higher on the scale, because again, if I'm building a small home, a smaller square footage home for a starter family, for instance, they are inequitably paying a larger percentage for that home in impact fees than somebody above that. And so what we looked at is, you know, so if I'm building a 1,500 square foot home, you know, I'm paying the same as somebody building a 10 or 15,000 square foot home. And so as a percentage, it becomes very regressive. And so as a percentage of their sale price, it becomes higher. So I think what's happened in the West more is affordable housing has not really been as big a topic or as hot a topic as it has been the last 5 or 6 years, and particularly in the state of Utah, and particularly in our area. So what we did is we looked at this and said, you know, again, we've got to keep the same end goal, which is to pay for the capital facilities of the people coming in, because that number is not changing. But is there a different way to do this that becomes more equitable and less regressive? The great thing that was kind of fun about this is that we just looked at as we looked at the indoor use, then Dustin and his group came out and says, well, lot size means a whole lot too. And a lot of these homes are on very small lots. And yet, you know, again, they're still paying the same as people on big lots. And so they actually kind of played with that component of, could lot size have an impact on the, and not just lot size, but also irrigatable or landscaped lot size. And by the way, that's not easy to manage, but currently, just so you know, the Water Conservancy District does have that component within theirs, and you attest to it and your size of your outdoor watering and things like that. So that piece itself wasn't even, has already been kind of used a little bit with the Water Conservancy District.
Hey, Dustin, I have a question for you. Just something that I kind of popped into my head is if I were building a home and I could afford a bigger lot and a bigger house, and once I build it, I use the same amount of water as my friend that owns a smaller lot and a smaller house, how would I say that is fair or equitable when we're using the same amount of water? How does that apply to the size of house or lot that I can afford to buy?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that. I think the assumption is we're using the same amount of water, and we don't know if that's correct. For instance, a larger lot, the majority of our culinary water goes on outside.
Yeah, excuse me, Roger. What I meant to say was that if you use the same. Dustin, do you have a response to that?
Well, because again, what you're paying for is you're paying your gallonage. Your gallonage is going to be the same. So that'll be based upon, but all we're saying is that your meter size, and again, we only have meter sizes in certain quantities. We don't size everybody's meter precisely to their use. They're just in categories. And so what we looked at is there a different way than meter size to consider a usage in a home? I think there's probably data out there that says if I build a 500 square foot home, I'm probably not using the same amount of water indoors as a 10,000 square foot home, even though it still might be a 3/4 inch meter. But all we were looking at, and again, this is just for you guys' kind of interest and to look at and to say, listen, I know we've always done it the way we've always done it, but is there a different way to skin this cat that actually makes more sense? And then a good news is, like we said, this also was a test on our existing impact fee a little bit, because with the average home of 1,957 square feet and then the dollar amount we're currently charging, you know, we're close. That says we've got a good middle of the ground. The question is, can we make that more equitable on lot size? And it could be fixture. It could be any way the council wants to direct this. This was just an alternative approach.
Is that, so apologize, I can't see the council room real, I'm looking at my table, but was that Councilmember Ivy that asked that question?
Councilman Ivy, thank
Yeah.
you. I just wondered if you answer the
You know,
question.
that question came up as Roger and myself and Mars, Mike were talking. There's a lot of variables that could come into it, and frankly, you could make it as complex as you wanted to. But similar to what Roger commented on with the Washington County Water Conservancy District having the ability to go in and demonstrate that you are irrigating less land on your property and being able to get a discounted consideration. I that could certainly be within the policy of something you develop, I would imagine. But we didn't get too far into those details, and that certainly, if you had 2 or 3 acres and you just build on a little corner of that, maybe that I would imagine there'd be something you could set up. But we didn't get too far into that. But certainly, you're going to have 10,000 square foot homes that maybe somebody's renting out and it's not getting used, and there's a lot of things that you're just not going to have control over that go on behind doors and how they use it.
Thank you.
Just
So here's my question. I appreciate what's been prepared. If we went off of this average that's proposed, is the average sufficient to cover the anticipated total impact fee demands of the $9.7 million if it was just the average over the next 10 years?
so it's not necessarily, so the average that I'm showing here on this table is just to kind of show you where it would fall in relation to your current impact fee.
Right.
The actual impact fee would be that I would envision it just being this table itself. And so this would be what you would use as people come in. And so over the next 10 years, the smaller homes, smaller lot sizes will be paying a lower impact fee, and the bigger home, bigger lot sizes will be paying a higher one.
Right.
And, we could, spend more time and look into it, but based on averages, yeah, it should work out. Impact fees are subject to growth, and that's why you've got to look, you usually want to look at those every 3, 4, 5 years anyway, because growth can change and your needs need to stay up to date with current situations. But yeah, from what we've looked in modeling it on this high level, I think it would work.
That's my main question, because if we do nothing, we can anticipate what will happen with the fixed rate over 10 years. By adding a variance, my question is simply, will we still get at least the same anticipated revenue to the infrastructure by going with an average rather than a fixed rate? And that's what I was asking. At the end of the day, there's going to be an average. And I know some users will be significantly lower, some will be significantly higher. Just verifying the intent of the study. If we did shift to this, would that average cover the anticipated cost by the time the 10 years is over?
And it would actually, when we do the study, would anticipate our need and calculate that into the fee. And so it would make that impact fee whole by the end of the day.
Okay.
So maybe just addressing the
And the
council.
big thing, what we're trying to do here is, what we've seen, there's a big inequity between, say, a park model that has a couple or a single person living in it, very little outside watering. They're paying the same impact fee as a 10,000 square foot, 10 bedroom home. So there is a big inequity there. And to kind of answer Councilman Ivy's question about, so I move out of my house and go to a bigger home and I'm not using any more water. But the ability of that bigger house to house more people is still the impact on the system. We still have to provide the water to that size of a house. So even though only 2 people are living in it at that time, we still have the impact that we have to cover.
Yeah, that's a good point. On this water system, for example, your pipelines have to be designed for if that big house is using all the water, it's got fixtures and irrigation for it. It's not designed based on an average, it's designed on a peak day. And so your capacity and the impact of the system has to be based on that.
So I'm going to jump in here and just kind of maybe address the council a little bit.
to me, the way I'm hearing this, we could use this as a tool in a couple of different ways. One would be to just address the ethereal fairness of the impact fee to houses. But the other would be if we had a serious mind to maybe address like Hoops property and to say, okay, look, they're actually trying to maybe address affordable housing, trying to make a lot size here. Maybe they should be getting a benefit for that and help to drive some of those down. So to me, it's an interesting concept to say, okay, yes, you do have a fixed amount of impacts that you have to cover within your cost, but can you do something that is still fair and benefit those who have maybe the least capacity for in our neighborhoods and still be fair. So it's an interesting tool. Could be something we could deploy to help our community.
I like the study. I thought it's a good, interesting way of looking at it. I agree with everything they've said. I'm not saying it's the way we should go, but I like the idea of looking at different options for the impact fee study, because the water seems like it's easy, a lot easier than some of the other impact fees to do this with based on lot size and stuff, because water affects so much on that size of the house. And of course, the sewer would too, but when you come into a park impact fee or something, that doesn't really affect the size of the house a lot. So that one's a lot harder.
There is some methodology you could deploy with that. I mean, I'm not saying any of them are fair or right.
No, I'm not saying you couldn't do it. I'm just saying it's not as easy to calculate. Like there's a lot more data on water and water usage on houses and the design guidelines and regulations. On the parks, it's like, yeah, this is what we want. And if we're going to do that, we got to charge this much to get these kind of infrastructure for the quality of life for our community. That's all I was saying, is that it's just not as easy on different areas of impact fees. But for the water, I like the concept. It's something to discuss for sure. I'm glad that it worked out that our numbers are right on our last impact fee, that they're close. I like that we're not, but I've heard it from the building community. Why do I have to pay $3,000 whatever or $2,400 when I'm building this small teeny house?
I appreciated Mr. Shaw's words because I hadn't considered that. It takes into account the impact on the system. I appreciate that, Mr. Shaw. Thank you.
One of the issues that we would have if you used it real sparingly, it would work on adjustments for people. But if we started doing a lot of this, then we'd have an inequity in our fees. And now our impact fee would not be whole at the end of the year or end of the cycle, because if we're adjusting down because people are coming in saying, I'm only going to use this much. So I think I think on our next maybe impact fee that we look at, that we can use this, maybe run both options. And when we bring it to the council, we show both options of how we could adopt this impact fee.
I hope the concept, if this comes in, it might impact the concept of what people build. It can decrease the demand and the strain to our system, at the same time provide what people need. Obviously, not every home is created equally in its size and scope. So if this is a motivating factor to developers and residents, but I think it gives them a way out.
With this current layout, so I was looking at this and looked, I have a lot that's 10,000 square feet, so my home is 10,000 square feet, and I put it on an acre and a half. You're looking at a $12,000 impact fee, which is as much as the Conservancy District impact fee. I'm just saying, like, I like how many there are to evaluate, but I'm kind of wondering if we should just narrow it down to like 3 levels.
But then you're dialing it into a true impact. So look at a 500 square foot home on a 1,000 square foot lot. I mean, they're not going to use any water, but
no, I understand what you're saying, Mike.
The ground uses a lot of water.
No, I agree with you. I'm looking at it as, I'm just wondering if we slot it into 3 categories. Just something to look at on the average, just so it's not so many different variables. But it's just a thought.
That is one of the problems with fairness, right? Is it tends to lean towards complexity.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, and I was going to say too, that this is precisely what our objective at this point was to do, is to bring a concept to you that's different than what we've looked at. We believe that it keeps everything whole, but also brings some equity discussion into it, but with the understanding that this is as far as we wanted to go, to bring it back to you, to have the level of discussion that you're giving, and to continue to have the level of discussion, because we're not proposing this at the moment. But again, what this will do is this will give us a bit of a template, depending on you guys' input, on other more complex areas such as parks, where we may say, hey, there may be a different way to carve this that is fairer than the previous one. It won't be completely fair, but fairer than the previous one. So that's the purpose for this.
The council, my main concern at this chart, though I like where we're going with this conversation, consider today that we're charging $2,412 per person. The intent of the study was to make this more equitable. Looking at that chart, how many people fit at that price or below $2,412, and how many people would be above that number using this chart? I think that's a significant thing to consider moving forward. Though it is pursuing a cause of equity, there is a large percentage where I feel like our larger property owners would be punished by this. Not only would they be helping making things better, but I think I'm leaning more towards Councilman Coates' idea of, although I like to see a more equitable approach, I feel like this really punishes people that are trying to establish a good home, single family residences and stuff, though they are not high demand. I see them paying an insane amount more compared to those who are in a lower home. So that's just a concern.
You're going to reduce some and you're going to increase some. And the people you reduce are going to like you. And the people you increase are not going to like you. But, there is still, you may punish some people. You may punish them up to the level of fairness as well.
Hey,
Well, that's the thing.
Councilman Clough, can I this is just a question, and you don't have to answer it, but how many in your family, like how many under your roof right now? How many individuals?
No problem. 9 in the house.
9 in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And can you just give us a range of the size?
And what?
Like a range of the square footage of your home, just a range?
We're between 2,000 and 4,000 square feet.
Okay, so you're just a little bigger than the average home here.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, just building off the disproportionate, you may have a home in Green Springs that's on a large lot with a large footprint, and there may be 2 individuals. So I don't know, and I'm not trying to make a case either way, but I'm just trying to explore this concept of fairness based on square footage of the home and lot size versus number of residents living there. And one thing to think about, just think about this. Mike had a great point, but say they're irrigating their lot. I mean, a smaller home doesn't irrigate as much, and 50% or more of your use of water is your landscape. It would be interesting to incorporate some desert scape incentives into something like that, because I know personally with my yard, I've tried to cut back on, there's a certain amount of grass that's helpful for the cooling and the electric and that stuff, but in places that I can, I'm going more toward desert scape and rocks. And so it's, the idea is novel. Let's make it fair, but there's a lot of factors. Yeah, there's a lot of factors.
With what you're saying, right now we have an outdoor per square foot of 0.15 per square foot. Indoor is 0.35. Exploring the concept of what outdoor, maybe there's a variance in the outdoor where if you have this type of outdoor, it'll be in this square footage, which would give you this rate or whatever. Back to the complexity to finding quality. I get it. But that my only thing, if you look at this chart in the pursuit of equity, I'm feeling like our fixed rate is more equitable overall for the populace at the time. And we could address the variance for the needs of anything below that. If we're looking at this, the biggest thing we're pursuing for equity is for those who are struggling to pay the impact fee below the average what everyone would pay. Otherwise, your equity is already served.
But maybe that gets us back to exploring a concept that's been discussed here, where there's maybe just a 3-tier.
Exactly.
Less than certain amount of square foot, more than X amount of square, but most of it fits right in that middle. I mean, I could kind of picture some of this on a bell curve, and the outliers one way or another. But I still don't have all the answers. But
Dan, you kind of brought up a little bit of a question, started to say, well, I wonder how much of this we will actually affect building in our community. Typically, government entities actually enter into things like this in order to influence the purchasing and building and construction of things, in order to preferential certain things or benefit one thing over another. Fairness is usually kind of an arbitrary thumb gauge that is kind of used to make that, at least what lands right. But typically when you pick a small number of targets, that is when, in my experience, you see the most impact as far as building towards the code. They say, well, I was going to just build this, but I'm right on the edge, so I might as well build this, and then I still don't have to pay that impact fee. And I'm not saying one way or the other is bad. I'm just pointing out that those are the places where you really do affect the code the most,
I was thinking about
in my opinion.
traditionally, when you renew your vehicle in the past, the more expensive the car, the more expensive your renewal tax each year on your license. But the legislature, not recently, but in recent past, made it so that it was more of a uniform rate. In other words, they didn't tax a greater rate on a more expensive car. They tried to equalize it out. And so I think that their idea, and it doesn't apply to this, but the methodology behind that was that they didn't want to discourage people from buying new vehicles, keep the economy going and keeping gas tax going and things like that. So I do think it's a good starting point for the conversation, but I think we have to take our time and really delve in to consider the fairness. I think fairness is definitely a moving target in this study. I think it depends on if you own a big home or a smaller home, depending on what fairness is. But I just thought that was an interesting analogy.
Yeah.
Justin, do you have more to?
Well, so this table right here, essentially we put that in place. So in your letter and in this meeting, you could easily look at it and compare lot size and house size and where that might fall. The bottom line of the study is this equation here of a house size times the indoor factor plus the remaining lot size times the outdoor factor. And you could apply any house size and any lot size and come up with an impact fee. And you could generate a narrower field, similar to what's been suggested here, or just use the equation straight up in this analysis.
I apologize for being a stickler on your equation, but is the house size and the indoor factor supposed to be in parentheses plus remaining lot size times the outdoor factor? Because
Yes.
it seems to be that could really change dramatically if that's not written out that way.
Yes. Yeah, that could help clarify it.
Would that be correct that those are basically in two factors within a parentheses plus the other one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Just double checking because I was doing some math and it got a lot bigger than what you were showing. So.
Okay. The other point I'd just make is, we didn't go in and count how many houses were within what square feet, but by and large, most of your house sizes are good. If your average for the city is 1,957 square feet, most of your houses are going to fall closer to that range than these larger ones. And, when you're looking at equitability, like you've been discussing, if you're going to reduce it somewhere, then you have to increase it somewhere else in order to have the same income for your impact fee. So those are just a couple of thoughts as you're having your discussion. But I would just conclude with saying, as Roger came to us with this idea, and as we crunched through the numbers, it's definitely something that can be done. I think it works, it functions well, and there's options and ways to modify it and move forward. So I think as you come upon future impact fee analyses, this would certainly be something that you could look at as a city.
Well, one thing I appreciate is no matter how big the system or the impact is, water in a desert is a luxury. And so us looking at a way to be both equitable, but to address the use of water in our area, I do appreciate what's been presented and want to see how we can move forward as a council to look at this better. Not a doubt.
Yeah. Any other questions for Manager Dustin? Thank you.
I think
Go ahead.
we
I'm
need
sorry.
to have the document here. We don't have this in our packets.
For this week.
And I certainly, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I haven't been able to read most of what you put up on the screen there.
Would you make sure we get
If
that?
we go back into a month or so ago, it still should be in that packet. That was the meeting, the work meeting. It was supposed to be on the work meeting when we did the first initial hoops discussion.
is on the June 10th.
I don't know.
meeting.
I would just really encourage staff that when we have discussions like this, to just put the documentation in with the current packet. It helps me to spend less time trying to catch up what topic we're on.
Good point. Thank you, Councilman. Any additional, thank you, Dustin, for your time and effort on that.
Thank
Thanks. I think this is a good starting point. So we'll move on if there's no other discussion. Move on to item 3, discussion of an agreement between the Washington County Special Service District. Number 1, regarding the residential waste collection agreement. We'll have Councilman Coates lead out on that.
So was Faye able to join with us today? Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do my best to explain it. You know, I've been through those meetings and go through it. I kind of want to just jump. I wonder if someone, maybe Steve, can pull up the packet for the residential waste collection agreement summary of services. That's like the third, the exhibits that were presented to us on the agreements were a short brief outline by Faye Reber, the attorney for the solid waste district, and then it has the agreement. But I kind of want to just go over the bullet points and kind of look at some of those. So can we go to the residential waste collection agreement? So it's a couple over. That's the agreement. Yeah, that one right there. So the district went back and we're coming up on the end of our current contract with.
Since we're requesting things on the screen, may I also request zooming in?
No, good call. I can see it here, but I cannot see it. So it's the third. I think it's the third. Okay. So I was just going to go through these one by one and kind of explain the way I understand it. And then we can just discuss it. But any hard questions, I'm going to have to defer to Faye, and he's not here. So, but let's so we're up for contracts for the recycling and the solid waste. They've decided to do a 10-year agreement with Republic on this. And instead of going out to an RFI, the previous group decided to go out to just go with these guys and determine get their solid waste. So to give you a little background on, I've done a little bit of research on current rates around the state of Utah, and we currently have the best rates. Like, they've done a really good job and kept the rates low compared to other solid waste facilities. So a couple of the items. So the 10-year agreement would go from February 1, 2021 to December 31st, 2030. So it's a long contract, but they give us better rates because they're guaranteed to work for longer. And that was the past 2 contracts for 10 years as well on that. The things that are included is curbside collection, the rubbish, you get 2 cans with that fee and 1 recyclable can. So on the billing collection rate, the current rate is $6.70 for the standard waste. And kind of with that, there's an increase of 2.5% for the next 10 years. So every year they'll have a 2.5% increase, and that covers additional costs that happen with infiltration and stuff like that. And that's what's been agreed upon for that 10 years. And then there is the administrative cost of the $4.55. And that's determined by each city. So Washington has a different one than St. George and Santa Clara. And those are administration costs to handle. And then going down to the recycling, on the recycling option, they're going to give a 90-day opt-out period. So if you're currently on recycling and you want to opt out, you get 90 days from September 1st to November 30th. And so you call in and say you don't want to be a part of the program anymore, and you don't have to be a part of it. The thing they're doing different, and I've explained this past, is in the past they let every city do it at their own time frames, and it was confusing, and people struggled. Oh, I didn't know that was us. Some of the horror stories we've heard with trying to figure out the opt out. So this time they're doing it countywide. Of these are the dates we're doing it, so that, and they're going to have a promotional to, hey, these, if you want to opt out, go opt out.
Councilman Coase, do you have a preference on how we ask our questions in this? Do you mind if I interrupt you to ask?
No, I will answer them the best I can. I'm just wondering.
So on the opt out, this would be upfront. So if I just neglected to opt out and just sat there and I opted in, sold my house 2 weeks later, the person who I sold my house to is opted in by nature of, there's not like any readjustments of this on a transition sale.
It's all based on, if you opt out, you've opted out.
Yeah.
And you go buy a new home,
Yeah.
now you're opted in automatically.
And there's a really good like on this, the document municipal billing and collection agreement. It goes through all of the recycling opt-out rules. So it's really interesting. If you move from an area where they don't do it, then you're not required. Obviously you're not required to do it. But if you move to another area where they do it, am I understanding that you're automatically opted in at that
You're
point?
opted in. So they
That's
have to
what
give
I
you.
understood. I just wanted to make sure I'm explaining that correctly.
Yeah.
To people who are asking.
They have to have, because the numbers are all based on, if you just scroll down a little bit, they got years for the next 10 years, and they have tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3.
The good news is you're opted in, but it's only for 10.
Only for 10 years until the next negotiation.
Okay.
So
Councilor Coates, just Councilor Coates and Mayor, if you don't mind, let me just interject so you'll know anyway. When he didn't show, I gave Faye a quick call on his mobile phone, and he said he was just getting on the freeway to be there in 5 minutes because he thought being there at the council would be best for you. So I told him that if you guys wanted him to join, if it's even talking through my Zoom, I'd call him right back. Otherwise, he's on his way and probably going to walk straight into your council. I'm just letting you know, if you want me to patch him in so we can hear it, I'm happy to do that.
just let him get here. Let's not distract him and get in an accident.
Okay.
Get him get here, and I'll just continue on and whatever I
Great.
represent it correctly.
And for what it's worth, I always prefer an in-person. I know
Yeah.
whatever we're doing, if we have to do Zoom, but I always prefer in-person than to electronic.
Yeah, I suspected Faye didn't have electronics that could have even done this, so I wanted to tease him anyway, so thanks.
Well, kind of what I was getting at is on the tier program is they can only guarantee rates if they have so many users. So that's why they gave a 2-tier option. So if we have less than 34%, the program's dead. So if we don't have 34% of the community that wants, like when I say community, I mean the county as a whole that are in the program, then they'll just not do recycling. At that point, it's not feasible. We don't want to incur any more costs past that. But for the opt-out period, we've given 2 tiers and had a range, or 3 tiers, so that if we have over 51%, this is our rate of $4.91. If we have between 40 and 50% that are in the program, $5.35. And then tier 3, if we're under that, we're going to be, the program's dead at that point for the recycling program. And the opt-out option was something that I think the committee was really, hey, we need to give people a chance to opt out if they don't. But we can't always let people have the option to opt out, because then these numbers won't hold steady. And so that's what that's where it got to, my understanding. Now, I've only been to a few of these meetings now, so I know there's a lot of back history of their explanation of the opt-out and the problems they've had. I understand where people are frustrated if they move here, like, I can't even opt out. I understand that. But I think we have to hold to this, and or else the whole program won't work.
So Councilman, is there an annual opt-out or is this?
Nope,
just-
it's a
this is
one-time
specific
opt-out
one-time?
for the 10 years. Now, when Faye gets here, he can bring it up, but it says it right here, may be terminated at any time by consent of district or republic or by either party within 180 days notice after 3 years. So say in 3 years, it's not working for either of us. We relook at it in 3 years and just say, hey, it's just not working. They can say it, we can say it, and remove the program.
And that's a good point, because especially with the recyclables, it's such a volatile market, right? And Republic has got to at least be able to break even, if not make a little profit on the services they provide. One thing I appreciated you bringing up, Councilman, was the start of the opt-out period, and I could have backed into it, but when I was reading through the residential collection agreement, I saw the November 30th, 2020, but I didn't know exactly. I couldn't see it. Maybe I just didn't have the legal background to see the September 1st start date for that. But
Well, I read that here in their
the summary,
In the summary, I missed that in that. Then I'll admit I didn't see. I
couldn't find
saw
it
the
in
9/1.
agreement. Maybe it's there somewhere. I know it talks about the end date, but I didn't know that. And obviously, 90 days prior to that would be the start date. But
Yeah.
I like the approach. I agree. I think you need to have a clear advertised countywide opt out, and then fair, consistent.
So one, and I wanted to bring this up, and mostly for the public if they're watching. So the current rate's $2.94. That has not been viable. The district's had to supplement that recycle program the last few years. So what the current rate to make it viable is $4.91. So it is almost, I'd say 40% increase from the current rate.
But
per
for
month.
those who value the recycling option, that's not expensive.
I
For
look
those
at
who
it,
value that,
I
want
agree.
to participate.
I am a huge advocate of this, and I look at that $4.91, and it's not a ton of money for me, and I would rather recycle. That's me. But I understand there's other people in our community that are on a tighter budget than me that don't want these, because everything keeps going up. I understand that. So I understand, and that's why I like the option that you can get out. You can opt out now, but there is not when I say that I want to bring back the 3 years, we can relook at it. They don't have an option in 3 years to opt out. It's the board can decide if the recycling program is working or not working, kind of a deal.
Did they talk at all about the process for opting out, how they would go about doing that, how it would be notified? Would it go out in our mailer? Was it just online? You log in, and I was just curious if they talked about the procedure.
We haven't talked about the procedure, and I am concerned about, they're leaving it up to the cities as far as how they tally the opt-out per city. And that's something I'm concerned about, because I've talked to some of our staff, and they said the last time it was hard. And so we need to find a better process for our staff to figure out how to do get the district, the names and addresses of the areas that
It
are
is tough
opting out.
because if a city vehicle runs over a puppy, everybody in the county knows about it in 38 seconds. But we have some legislative policy that we want to get people to get out to their homes that basically can't be done. Won't read it.
I think the goal is that they'll do a county-wide advertisement for it. I did hear that, but as far as the city, I would recommend we put it in our flyer and say, hey, these are the dates. If you want to opt out of the recycling program, get your name in.
And
Councilman Coates, I completely agree with that. I think that transparency is very important in this because really we want what the citizen wants. If they want it, then we provide it. And if not, I just had a follow-up question, but I love that. We want to be transparent. We want citizens to know and not like, oh, I missed it. Why didn't I hear about it?
Yeah.
So I think that's a great idea. Was there ever discussion or talk about any organization or program where someone would like to do it, they feel like they can't afford it, and there could be assistance in that fee or anything like that?
There was no discussion on our end about that. Now, like I said, I see the $5 and I don't stress about that per month, but some people might. And I don't want to discredit them because I don't know everyone's finances. And so I think it's something you can look at, but there was never any discussion because total, you're $100 and something a year.
So, but it's actually not really set at the $4.91, right? That's one of the
That's
tier
That's one.
levels.
No, you're right. That's one of the tiers. It could be $6 starting, and just so you know, every year it's going to raise. In 10 years, it could be $7.38 a month. Could be.
A friend of mine in Kanab pays a private carrier, and if I remember correctly, it's like 25 a month.
Yeah.
But it's important to him, so he enlists the services of a private company. Not a city doesn't have the program. The other thought, before we leave the opt-out process, there are some who would love to just go online and fill out some doc, and there are some maybe that would prefer a paper form, and maybe they can have those too, and turn it in at the utility office. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm sure staff will figure out.
I just think we should leave it to staff, but I think with the current climate we're in, the online thing, we got to have a way.
That would be. I mean, that's how I would do it. I'm just thinking some
might not want
may not be able to just do that, but it would be nice if our, just a click or link from the county website or from our city website, whatever. It would be nice to be able to just go in and. But I probably won't opt out. I'll probably keep the recycling. But I like that people have this 90-day opt.
Councilman, can I ask a question that's been brought up? Of the people, have you had this discussion, of the individuals who have previously opted out, will they be opted in to have to opt out again, or will they be?
I think I'll have to defer to Faye on that one because I don't know that one. If we can get him, I think Kelly's working on a mic. So, hey, Faye, thanks for coming in.
But I'm happy to be here.
So I've tried to go over, well, we've kind of got through your summary down to the opt-out of the recycling program. And one of the things that was just asked by the manager was the people that are already opt-out, do they have to reapply to opt out again?
This is probably the most troublesome aspect of this whole thing.
Can you speak into the mic?
Oh, sorry. This particular issue is probably the most troublesome aspect of this whole program, is this opt-out program, and how do we do that? It was originally conceived, the way it's drafted now, everybody who's already opted out, who's not a part of the program, would have to opt out again. That's the way it was conceived. And the reason for that is because from a district perspective, we're trying to encourage as many people as possible to be a part of the recycling program because it cuts down on waste going into the landfill, extends the life of the landfill. And we just think it's, the right thing to do is try to conserve resources and so forth. So we're trying to push people that way, if that's a good word, to recycle. And so that's why it's an opt-out program instead of some people talking about an opt-in program. We felt like also the rates that we have, they're tiered rates. If you look at that little summary, and it depends on how many people participate as to what tier we're in. So that's part of the reason why we went with an opt-out program. I just had some discussions today with Laverkin, who's concerned about this very issue. They have a group of people over there. Their community is a little bit different in Washington, although maybe not a whole lot different. There's some people who just don't like to be told what to do. And they've opted out. And the concern is if they don't get the word somehow that they have to opt out again, and then the time period passes and they're somehow locked into the program, that it's just going to create a really negative, bad situation, bad vibe. So we're trying to address that issue a little bit, but the way it's constructed right now, everybody would have to opt out. Anybody who wants to opt out would have to opt out.
So Faye, on that, what is the county doing as far as advertising? Because we just talked about putting something in our newsletter, but not everyone's going to read our newsletter.
Right, exactly. The district has a program established that we're trying to, and I wish I knew more about it. Obviously, our district manager, if he were here available, he'd be able to speak to that extensively. But we've gone to great lengths to implement some sort of a computer program that helps to notify people. I don't know exactly what the parameters of that is, and I apologize for that. But we realize that that's the issue. How do we get the word out? It's not, from the district standpoint, we want people to be aware that they have a choice. We don't want people to feel like they're locked into something that they don't want to have. And I'm sure you folks, you feel the same way. So getting the word out really is the key to this. And I wish I could tell you exactly what the district's plans were, but some of you may have heard our district manager resigned a short time ago. And so we're in the process of trying to find a replacement. So we're a little bit of flux right there with that issue. So
Who was that?
I'm sorry.
Who was the district manager?
His name was Neil Schwendeman. Neil Schwendeman.
I just have a couple of questions.
Yeah, you bet.
First question, the residential collection agreement, is this the same agreement that's within the other municipalities in the county?
Yes.
The same agreement?
It's the same agreement. The way this whole thing is structured is the district enters into an agreement with Republic Waste for collection of waste throughout the entire county. And then that agreement is made applicable to the cities and towns by a billing and collection agreement between the district and each city or town. So that agreement, that basic collection agreement is the same throughout the entire county. It's the same throughout the entire county. And essentially it's an extension of what we're doing now. It's the same basic waste pickup. Once a week, 2 containers are provided. You have the bulky waste pickup. Residents can go dump free at the landfill if they have additional waste they want to take. There are a couple of slight little changes that may be significant to some people, and that is under our current contract, we had a provision that if people had more waste than would fit in the 2 containers, they could place it out in bags or bundles, or even in garbage cans that they purchased from Walmart or somewhere, okay? And those would be picked up manually. We're trying to get away from that just because of the cost factor. So that part of it has been eliminated, the extra bags, bundles, and manual containers. But we've included within the definition of bulky waste, for example, we know every year that people have leaves that they want to put out. And so those bags of leaves that people put out are still picked up under the bulky waste pickup. So
I have a question for you. As it stands right now, what % of people have opted out of the program at this point? Do we have a basic figure?
I was trying to put all that information together today. I'm sorry if I'm coughing here. I've got something in my throat and I don't know what it is here. I just, there are 65,000 residences in the district. And according to my calculations today, approximately 52,000 of those residences recycle. So thanks so much. So the majority of residences recycle. Now, part of that is because some communities, when we did this 5 years ago, made it mandatory for recycling. Ivans, Springdale, Hurricane, they all made it mandatory. St. George wasn't mandatory, but the vast majority of they have like 20, I think they have, I had the figures here somewhere. I think they have like 26,000 residences, and it's like 20,000 of those recycle.
Well, within that, my question for us, I feel that I fully agree with the concept of recycling and everything else, but also fully agree within the concept of choice if possible. And if we have 20% of the people already opted out, why should we make them opt out again if we can create a viable system above 51% or higher without the participation? Why can't we just go ahead and honor that and still go off the fact that a majority of the people will probably support this anyway?
And we may be able to do that. The district is having an executive committee meeting tomorrow morning. And this is the first item I want to talk about, is because it was initially raised by the Brooklyn. I know it's an issue here. It's going to be an issue with every community. Those who've already opted out, why can't we allow them to stay opted out? And we possibly.
On the other hand, there's statistically people move every
That's a good
2.3 years. I think it's up closer to 5 years now, but you have a statistically significant number of those people who've moved.
Yeah, exactly. And the way the rules are structured now, even if you opt out, if you moved into a city or town that well, any city or town other than Enterprise or Apple Valley or New Harmony, then you're in the program. And likewise, any new residents moving into the area will automatically be included. So that percentage is going to go up. That number is going to go up.
Well, one of the things that's unique is not only those free cities, but non-incorporated places. We have within very close to our city residents, non-incorporated areas that have these programs. And so that's the part where I'm just kind of scratching my head. Back to the equity has complex things. I'm just more in the favor of, even though people move, there's still users attached to filling out forms when they said they didn't want to be a part of this program. I think that if those people are still within the jurisdiction of this program, that they should be contacted above and beyond the average person by notification. If we're going to do any additional efforts to reach out to people, I think it would be very fair to reach out to the people who've already expressed the concern of not wanting to be a part of the program.
Yeah. Those are issues that need to be addressed certainly by the city as they go about, getting the word out for the opt-out program. And I understand your concerns. We're going to talk more about this tomorrow a little bit. Part of our concern is the timing of all of this. We're trying to get approval from all of the communities. We have to have unanimous approval before we can move forward. We're trying to get that in place by the end of August so that the opt-out period can begin September 1st, September through November 30th. I might mention that even at that point, after the November 30th date, the district still at that point could decide that the recycling program has too many problems, or we don't have enough people, it's too expensive, and they could jettison the program even at that point. So
I have a question for you that's not in regards to the recycling program, but just to the agreement itself.
Yeah.
So it's a long agreement.
Yes, it is.
It's page 15, like number 25. And so Washington City, we're uniquely affected just because the landfill is right within our jurisdiction here. So it talks about the route for the waste collection trucks to drive, and I'll just read it. It says, Washington City, Republic agrees that collection vehicles traveling to or from the Washington County landfill shall not pass through Washington City proper or downtown area, but only along Washington Parkway and that portion of Telegraph running north of its intersection with Washington Parkway to SR9, except as may be necessary to provide waste collection services to residents and commercial establishments located in Washington City. So I like that. That's the landfill road. That's the route that's been traditional. My question has to do with Countryway. Countryway is a road. In fact, it's on our agenda tonight to be dedicated, and it would go essentially a straight shot from the landfill to Washington Dam Road over the Virgin River, and it's a straight shot. And initially it was planned to be an 85-foot road. It's now looking like it's going to be a 66-foot road. But I'm just wondering, does that clarify that the trash collection trucks are not to take Countryway, but they're to take that other route? Because it would be a real straight shot, and in some ways very convenient for them until, and in the future, the landfill road will tie into Purgatory and over to another, which would be another route that might need to be addressed or amended to this agreement, because that would be another probably preferred route, whereas the Countryway route is definitely not a preferred route.
Yeah. Would you want the garbage trucks on Countryway?
No, that's my concern.
There's residences on that road. Like,
So you would not want them to do that?
yeah, so that's what our concern is that they would
I think the
take
way
that
the
route.
agreement's, the way it's drafted, it says they shall not pass Washington property down to only along Washington Parkway in that portion, except as may be necessary to provide waste collection service to residents. The intent of this is, if they're going to be down in the downtown area or in Washington City proper, it's to pick up solid waste from those people. If they're not doing that, then they need to find another route to the landfill. And that route obviously is to go up the freeway down exit 13 and to the landfill that way.
So what that should do is protect us for
That's what I'm
when,
getting at.
say, they're collecting in Hurricane and they come down the Southern Parkway and then
they go
get
out
off.
Washington Dam Road into Country Way.
Now, if you had a concern about that, that's the kind of issue
Well, we
that
could
we
look
can
at
correct. We can
it,
correct
Faye, and
that.
maybe Councilman Coates could even talk with the board about how to address that. That's his
Well,
assignment.
I think they've addressed it here, but we're just letting you know we're
to be
concerned,
clear.
clear that we don't want them down Country Way.
Yes, thank you
Well,
for
that-
the point.
That needs to be, Faye and council, that clearly needs to be clarified because the way it's drafted, anytime they hit anywhere over in the fields, the claim could be made, we were collecting Washington city residents and they'll just take the fastest way. If they come from Hurricane, they may even be able to just say, well, as long as we picked up some houses or some of the Washington route along Country Way, we're entitled to finish it right out there. I think that one's probably gonna have to be spelled out real specifically, to be honest with you.
I think we can do that. And I think that's the kind of issue that we can agree with Republic quite easily and readily without having to go back and delay things.
And just to give you some background, that road typically wasn't paved, but it's probably going to be paved here shortly. So it's going to be a nice, attractive route for that.
And a straight shot to the field.
At our 6 o'clock meeting, we will be joined by someone from Republic. So we can bring up that issue. And I think that's something that the district can use its clout and say,
Council, I've got Roger Carter would like to.
Can I jump one more thing real quick
Sure.
before the manager jumps in? So currently that's a road that we would not want them to take, but looking down the future, and Mike Shaw, our public works director, could explain this better, but there is our master transportation plan shows Landfill Road connecting with Purgatory Road
right?
over to SR9, and that would be another preferred route. So currently Country Way is not, but this other one would be when that road's built out.
Yeah.
It's more over by Western Rock.
Yeah, I understand where that road is, or where it's supposed to go. And I think, again, that's the kind of issue we can easily come to an agreement with Republic on. Insert the proper language into the agreement, and I think we'll be okay.
Mr. Eber, is that meeting open to the public that you mentioned, or is it just a board hold?
Tomorrow morning is just an executive committee. Our board is like a 22-member board. It gets to be a little cumbersome calling meetings for the board. And so we have an executive committee that just meets. They're purely an advisory board. They don't have any authority to do anything. They're just kind of an advisory board to advise the board on things that they think should happen. It consists of Mayor Pike, member of the county commission, and then 2 of the smaller outlying areas. So it's
I just asked because our residents, citizens at home may want to attend. Just wanted to clarify.
Our regular meetings are when all 22 board members are present. Those are public and they can more.
because it's not really a public body. We don't advertise them. We don't have an agenda necessarily. We just kind of get together and talk about things that we think need to happen, and then we'll go to the board with those issues at our regular board meeting. So I don't think we contemplate at this point that it would be open to the public. If a member of the Washington City Council wanted to come, however, I'm sure we'd welcome that.
Well, we have a representative.
That would be this guy
Councilman
right
Coates.
If you wanted to come tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. is what time we're holding it at the county administration building,
Okay.
then that would be great.
I just thought that was the executive committee. I didn't want to step over past.
I don't
my-
think you're stepping on anybody's toes coming in. It's just talking about things that we need to accomplish as part of the district and making a recommendation to our board.
It may in the future, I'm thinking that this may pique people's interest when they hear. It may be good just to have a meeting that's advertised so that citizens, residents could attend just to ask questions in first person so that
Yeah.
they can understand it
Isn't
all. I
it
think that would be a good
advertised
idea.
on the website?
It's not advertised on the website.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Roger.
So the public hearing, though, in some ways, that's not about a bit. Is going to be your opt out, right? People are going to be able to literally vote on
Right.
this.
Exactly right. Go ahead, Roger.
Mr. Ever, just a couple of questions just that you can maybe answer quickly. First of all, within the agreement itself, there isn't any language that is going to be prohibitive with regards to the city's billing and collection costs, that we can adjust that at any time. It doesn't prohibit us.
That's
with
correct.
regard to-
That's
Okay.
entirely up to the city.
Okay, thank you. I just was looking to make sure that there wasn't anything that restricted us on that. And then also, as it relates to tonight's, I mean, because we currently do have a city billing and collection cost. And right now that's not showing on the residential waste collection agreement, which I'm assuming is one of the attachments. That shouldn't be a problem, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, that it's not there. And if it's adopted by the council tonight, that's not a problem. Our current city billing and collection rate would just stay in place, right?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And then really quick, a couple other things. I do agree with Councilman Clough with respect, having lived through this once before, the people who get hammered on this issue, especially the opt-out issue, if they're opted back in automatically, will be our city council. And so just again, if you guys can figure out a way to address that, and I realize it's complicated and that, but I just do agree that it'll end up on our council's laps. And then the final thing is, even on the residential waste collection agreement summary, I think it's going to be important that we communicate, because even on that sheet, it shows that the recycling cost is $491. But people need to realize that if they don't opt out, they really ought to be told what the upper end would be.
Well, they do. It's tier 3.
Yeah.
They need to hear that, because they may say, I'm fine with $491, but I didn't realize that at $591, I just can't do it. But even in the way we're writing it, it looks like we're going to be at the lowest tier, which I just want to make sure that we're very clear with the public that is, I would almost advertise that here's what your max would be and advertise it off that.
If you look at the tier 1, that column, it shows all the way down to the end of 10 years what that rate turns into. At $491, it jumps finally at the 10th year to $613. Plus, there's a 75-cent charge per month for the container. So that's really the final cost in that year 10.
So really, the cost is $566.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I'm just referring to above it where you've listed in the amount paid to Republic for $491 plus the 75. That's with the assumption that you will be in tier 1. But if you're in tier 3, you're actually going to be at $738 after the end of 10 years. And I just want to make sure that in our assumptions, we're not being misleading at all to the public, that when you don't opt out, you don't get firmed up that $491 is your price.
As I went through that little summary, you'll see a bunch of asterisks and so forth. And I tried to highlight that the assumptions there were that that the district didn't increase its administrative fees, and that the city's administrative fees stay what they are now. But of course, the city is free to change those fees if they feel like it's necessary. But that was the assumption. And you're right, when you look at that, I don't know how many people are going to look and say, what about
virtually none of them are going to read a 15-page document.
Well, that's true.
But we're running out of time here. Can you just speak quickly to why no RFP on this?
Yeah. This is a question that comes up every time we go through this process. About a year and a half ago, as we started contemplating this process, that was one of the options, to go out to bid. We sent out feelers to various companies, and we got relatively little interest from companies that might be willing to come down and give us a bid. So our approach at that point was, we'll sit down with Republic, we'll try to negotiate something that we think is fair and reasonable, and then we'll take it to the board. If the board doesn't like it, then we will go out to bid. So we went through that process, and the rates that we got back from Republic were very, very favorable in terms of what other people are paying along the Wasatch Front. The 10-year contract, rather than just a 5-year contract, ensures that those rates are constant over a long period of time. We realize that nobody has a crystal ball. We can't tell what's going to happen down the road, but we feel like the rates that we have are very favorable rates. And to me, that one of the bigger factors in staying with Republic is the fact that we've done business with them now for 10 years as Republic. And before that, they were Allied. And they know what's expected of them. They know the lie of the land. They know what's out with Kolob and Springdale and all these different places, and they know exactly what's in the agreement. We've had very few contractual issues with them in terms of differences of opinion, misinterpretations, and we think the service has been good.
I have a
think-
question for you.
So for all those reasons, we decided.
One question I have for you is, not too long ago, our last board member that was on with you, there was a big push to go to Germany and see a new process and to go see how waste was processed, recycling. But only what I liked about that, not only did it address recycling, but it would give us an opportunity to help reclaim land and go back and take care of the dump that we have and just remove our dump in the process of acquiring new waste that happens from our use. Has that group been reached out to, or are they no longer interested in coming
Well,
and doing stuff in our jurisdiction?
We're still talking to that group. We're
Because-
actually waiting for them to approach us. I mean, when I say waiting to be approached, they've made initial overtures to us.
Mhm.
We've told them that we're interested. They have to go back and get their financing together. There's a lot of things that they have to do before they can really offer a viable product. And part of the problem is they came to the district and said they had projects up in Tooele, up in Draper City, and a few other places that were on the cusp of, and none of those things materialized. And there's been a concern about whether or not they really can do what they say they can do.
Correct. Are they aware of the transition that we're in right now?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. And frankly, these are just collection agreements. So the waste is, even if we went with that kind of a program down the road, we still have to have the waste collected and transported to that kind of a facility, which this contract allows that to happen if we were to do that. So.
Thank you, Faye. Appreciate it. Appreciate you taking the time coming over. Councilman Coates, thanks for updating
I
us.
hope I didn't misrepresent. But Faye won't know because he wasn't. I went right through your list, so.
Are you going to be coming? This will be coming on 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, yes.
So
This is I don't know. I'm nervous about coming to the vote with this. I've had people kind of upset that there weren't going to be a public hearing, and I realize they will have their opt-out, essentially a referendum on this. Unfortunately, though, recycling has become very politicized in our country, and a lot of overpromises and a lot of overstating of how good things can be when they're recycled. And it's just
well, recycling is such a cyclical market. And it's just up and down. Right now, it's terrible. And we understand that. We recognize that. We still want to give people the opportunity to recycle. And the reason why the costs are a little higher is because they're actually paying the cost of recycling. It's not being subsidized by the district or by anybody else. And so we want to give people who want to recycle, who feel strongly about it, we want to give them that opportunity. But on the other hand, it sure would have been a lot easier to structure a contract without recycling.
I think most of your people who take your waste away would just assume prefer not to do it. But you do have landfill issues and problems that way that need to be addressed.
I will say that under this new agreement, all of the waste that's recycled or picked up by the recycler will in fact be taken down to a recycling facility and won't go to the landfill.
But contractually, they're not obligated to do that. They have provisions within the contract. I don't recall what triggers that, but they don't actually have to take it to a recycling facility. They can take it to a landfill.
I think it says that they're required. I'll have to check that. And maybe while we're handling some other items, I'll look at that paragraph. But I think we included language in there that said, in fact, that it did have to go to a recycling facility.
I may have read it in completely the opposite, but that's what I read.
Just
Take a look at that.
I'm sorry, just really quick. If a person wanted to opt out, would there be an option for them to take their recyclables to a location and drop them off?
You're talking, well, we used to have the Benny program. Are you familiar with that?
We still have the bennies in Washington City.
Yeah, and I still think, and that's probably the option that we would give people if they wanted to. They would take it to that kind of a facility.
What's the name of that, Mayor?
It's the bennies, BINNY program. Right by the community center, and there's one up in Green Spring area at the golf course.
That's how we recycled until we did the curbside.
And over by Albertsons.
Recycling.
Yeah. All right, Faye, thank you so much.
Well, thanks. I appreciate having this chance to talk a little bit and hear your concerns. So
Thank you.
we'll wait till the 6 o'clock.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
All in favor? Oh, I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll. Denise. This, Harry, he wants to come in, give a
He said-
donation or?
That's what he said. He wanted to call about giving a donation. That's what I heard. Now,
He
it was a
wanted
voicemail.
donation.
yeah, he talked about. That's how I understood his voice message.
Okay.
That, I don't.
No, I'll call him tomorrow. I just.
Okay,
They're
here's a whole
motives.
bunch of stuff that you got out. This one's kind of a personnel thing. I gave a copy of it to Ruth so she'd have it for the guy's file. But she says if you have any questions with this whatsoever, come ask her. She'll be glad to explain it. And then these are Covington.
Check
These
this
are the-
out.
Yeah. And then those are just 2 deeds that need to be signed.
I'm over that, dude. Hey, would you grab me a water? from the council?
Mayor, item 8B is a friend of mine, and I gave him some advice on that parcel. But
Okay.
I plan on voting and being a part of it, but I just gave him some advice on that parcel before he purchased it.
So noted, thank you. Item 4, consent agenda, to approve the meetings from city council meetings of 6/4/2020, to consider the approval of the board audit report for June 2020, to approve 3 final plats. Red Waters Phase 1, located approximately 2750 East Country Way, applicant Mellon Development. Consideration to approve the final plat for the homesteads at Stuckey Farms. Phase 3, located approximately Prairie Way and Conestoga Drive, Carl Larson, South Landing Development LLC, and approve the final plat for Homestead Heights at Stuckey Farms, located approximately Prairie Way and Hartstone Way, same applicant, Carl Larson, South Landing Development.
Mayor, I'll make that motion to approve the consent agenda as you outlined.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley will save his questions about the board audit report for next meeting and vote aye.
Thank you. Okay, move on to item 11. Resolution, consideration to approve a resolution approving the proposed 10-year residential waste collection agreement between the Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and Republic Services, and the proposed solid waste collection agreement between Washington County Special Service District Number 1 and the City of Washington pertaining to billing and collection for solid waste services and related matter. Faye E. Rever, attorney for Washington County Special Service District Number 1. You might want to, where's that mic?
You're welcome to use mine if you're comfortable with that. I think it was. I don't know. You pulled it out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. We're happy to be here tonight. We're happy that you're able to move us up on the agenda a little bit. I'm here with the district chairman, Shane McDonald. He's also a representative from the city of Ivins. He's on the Ivins City Council. He serves as our our board chair. And then also, I think we have attending the meeting electronically, Reese DeMille from Republic Services, I think, is on. So if we have any questions from him, we can certainly get his take on things. Essentially, what we're doing here tonight, we've had a little bit of pre-discussion, but what we're here to do tonight, hopefully, is get approval from the City of Washington for the district entering into a 10-year contract with Republic Waste for basic waste collection, and also folded in that agreement, recycling collection services. And then in addition to those two, to that agreement, we're hoping that to get approval for the entering into a contract between the district and the City of Washington, whereby the City of Washington will be responsible to do the billing and collection as part of their utilities collection, passing that money on to the district and so forth. That billing and collection agreement is essentially the same agreement as we now have in place. We have that same agreement in place. There are a few changes, all related to recycling, pretty much. And you'll notice that one of the exhibits to that agreement is an exhibit that talks about opt-out rules and regulations for recycling for those people who want to opt out. So that's a difference from what we now have. And again, the basic waste collection agreement offers the same services that we already offer to the city, to the residents. That is weekly collection of trash placed in the containers. The residents are provided up to 2 containers for the basic price. We include bulky waste collection weekly, And then residents are also able to take excess waste that they have to the landfill free of charge. That's all a continuation of what we're doing now. What's new, again, is pretty much is the folding into that agreement of recycling services. And so what we've come up with is a program whereby recycling services will be made available once every 2 weeks, the same as being provided now. The cost is determined basically by how many people are participating in the program. And I think I passed out a sheet earlier, and you've reviewed earlier a sheet with tiered pricing that shows what those costs would be to residents depending on how many participate. And I think we've talked about that a little bit. You understand that. The cost, the basic cost, if you want to look at that sheet I just barely passed out, where it talks mainly about the fee for basic waste collection. We're currently paying in Washington $6.70 to Republic. There's an administration fee to the district of $4.45. And then the city of Washington adds an administrative fee of $1.45 for a total rate for basic collection of $12.60. Under the new contract, in year 1, that rate will go to $12.90. And then by year 10, it'll go to $14.62. Now, when you add in the recycling, if you come down to the subpart B there, recycling, currently we're paying $2.94 to Republic. There's an administrative fee added on by the city of 56 cents. So currently residents are paying $16.10 for recycling. In year 1 of the agreement, that amount paid to Republic goes from $2.94 to $4.91.
So Faye, that's 1610. That
Yes.
is the total between the waste and the recycling.
It's the basic, it's the
You
total.
said it's the recycling. So I just want to make that clear to the public. The $16.10 is
Yeah.
the $12.60 plus
That
the
$16.10
$2.94.
is the total fee they pay for basic waste collection and with the recycling added. When you go to year 1 of the new contract, that $4.91 there with the asterisk, that is assuming that we qualify for the tier 1 pricing. And that's going to be something that we'll want to make sure that the public understands when they have the period of opting out. They'll want to know what those pricings are going to be if we're in tier 2 or tier 3, for example.
Can you state the level of participation required for tier 1?
The level of participation for tier 1 is more than 51% of all the residences in the county, excluding New Harmony, Apple Valley, and Enterprise, and the unincorporated areas of the county. Those are the areas where we do not make recycling available.
So I have a quick question. Within the 65,000 estimated residents that use this, that was already excluding those.
It was not.
So it's including those areas that were excluded. Of the 65,000 total residents, when you take out New Harmony and everything else unincorporated, plus the opt-outs, roughly 20,000 people do not participate as it is right now. Sorry, it says, let me clarify that. 65,000 are within our residents, 52,000 are participating in the recycling program right now.
Yeah, those are just my estimates.
Yeah, but the estimate includes both those places plus the opt-outs.
Yes.
Okay, that just clarifying. Thank you.
Yeah. So in any event, year 1 of the contract, for those who want to recycle with the basic waste, their rate would go from $16.10 to $19.12. And then by year 10, they would be paying $22.06. Again, that's assuming that there are no additional administrative fees added on by the district or by the city of Washington.
Faye, is now a good time to ask a question about the opt-out process?
Sure, if you would like.
Is that going to primarily be done by the cities?
Yes.
So we would be in charge of our opt-out process?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so they'll contact you and let you know that they want to get out. The county or the district, the district will be doing the advertising, because what we're trying to do is just be the same countywide, the process the same, so that there's less confusion.
That period of September 1 through November 30th,
Yep.
2020.
And we've set aside, I think $70,000 or $75,000 just for that advertising.
But as far as the opting out for residents of Washington City, they would opt out through us because
you.
we handle the billing, and then we would relay that information to the district.
That's correct.
So if we have residents who are already opting out, that would be our responsibility to reach out to them to make sure they know that there's a new opt-out period again, or we could choose to just carry those forward
I
one
think
way or
that's,
another.
Yeah.
in the work meeting, we kind of discussed a little bit, but I think if you've opted out before, you should continue. I like that option.
So
just
that
to-
we would carry forward.
But we
that
would have
list
to
that
plus any
forward.
we
new-
would have to go get that list and say, hey, these people already opted out, and include them into the list, correct?
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that would, and I think
And
we'll
that
just
would
have to
be-
talk to staff about if we have that list. I'm sure we do.
That's my question. Do we have that list?
I'm sure we do.
I'm
Because otherwise,
positive you do, because we're already kind of functioning on it.
Has every city?
Roger, do we have a list? Do we have that list?
Your mic is mute.
So we can get it through the billing process. I think that's not a problem.
And Council Starkey, you had a question?
Yeah, in fact, I was just pulling up while we were talking, our process and the documents we created in 2015 for the curbside collection and the opt-out program. We created a whole process for our citizens just to make sure it covered the concerns that the council had at the time, and from some of the input from citizens at the time, to establish who was opting out and who was not opting out of it, to make sure it was quite as I recall, it was quite a process and quite a dialogue with the citizenry. Roger, you may remember that.
One thing that I'm most concerned about is
Thank
one thing
you.
that's been told multiple times in this is making sure the public understands. The last thing I want them to feel they understand is that we're going to give them in a gotcha scenario. If they've
Sure.
already gone through the efforts to go through an opt-out process and seeing that we have whole entire cities and unincorporated parts of our county that have opted out, and it only equates to 20,000 residents. I mean, that's 80% of our residents are using this now. I really feel that it is very minor to honor that effort that they've already done. And we still have a very viable chance of moving forward with this program, which is a benefit. But at the same time, it's a benefit to respect those who do not want to be a part of this process. I think
Sure.
it only win us more ire and more a lack of support by considering everything that they've done as a zero, and they have to be informed and do their part when they've already done their part and informed us of what they like. I would be more comfortable supporting a process that really recognizes those who have not opted out.
Sure.
So Faye, are we required to, under the agreement, to proceed in a certain way? Because I can tell you in 2015, this was an issue, a very specific issue about the whole opt-out. And in addition to the fact that it was trying to build up the pool was part of the underlying agreement for the provider. So I just want to make sure we're not in any way breaching the agreement we may be entering into with the district by doing a process in which we recognize previous opt-out parties.
Right, Jeff, I appreciate that. The way the documents are drafted before the council right this very moment in front of you, Jeff, there's the opt-out rules and regulations that have been attached as Exhibit B to the municipal billing and collection agreement. The way those opt-out rules are drafted, it would not allow people who have opted out to continue with that. But we're talking now about, and I've talked with our chairman, we're going to be talking with our board tomorrow about relaxing that and allowing people who already opted out to carry that over, so that then what we would have to do is come back to the agreement, to that exhibit, and make a change to the language of that exhibit that reflected all of that. So you're right, the way the agreement's drafted now, it wouldn't allow that. We need to go back to the exhibit, make that change so that it reflects that.
So Faye, if the council approves it, do you want them to have that as a condition of the agreement they're approving, that has to be accepted by the district?
Yeah, definitely. I think if the council were inclined to approve this evening, they could make it subject to whatever conditions they wanted to make. That could be one of them. We talked about the country lane, countryway being another condition. So if you wanted to make those things conditions, then we can certainly make those changes and bring it back for a final approval.
Okay, thanks.
And Reese just so you know, Reese just mentioned, text me and said that some way that if possible, we'd like to reach out to those residents, let them know that they are already opted out to see if they would like to opt in.
I do appreciate the fact that these people at any time can opt in. But due to the nature of the program, we have to lock people in if they're in it right now for the next, as long as they're residents of that particular home for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify that too. We do it in the contract. It does say if they move from one home to another, they're in.
Exactly.
And I will tell you that if you look at our numbers compared to, I know that you've seen the numbers in other counties, we are very low. We're below with recycling, with 2 cans. We're probably almost half of what most other counties are paying currently.
We have very low rates for that area.
The district is doing an amazing job working with Republic. Republic is doing an amazing job at keeping our landfill going the correct way.
I really feel we can build bridges with those who've opted out by recognizing where they are and allowing them to participate as they gain an education of why it can be beneficial to our resources and our stewardship that we have. But I feel like we'll completely bypass that and create an enemy if we don't recognize that.
Absolutely. We
Do you
appreciate you
know
bringing that.
when your advertising campaign is going to start?
Here pretty quick.
Probably
We're trying to get
within
these
the
all
next week or
approved.
two?
As soon as we go to all the communities and get their approval for the contracts, then we're going to be starting that process.
Do you know how we can expect to see the advertising? Do you know what mediums you've picked?
I don't know the exact details of that. This is not my everyday job.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do know it's pretty extensive. I do know that we're going to provide a link for you guys to put on your website for information on on how to go through the process and stuff like that.
And you gave an estimated amount of how much money you thought was set aside. Can you restate that?
70 to 75,000. I don't remember if it's one or two of those numbers. It's right there.
You know, I'm a little bit thinking out loud here, but considering that as a municipality, we must have a waste collection program. I mean, that's one of the duties we do. We economies of scale, we collect the waste and take it to the landfill. That definitely is something that has to be done. The difference is there's a recycling component to it, but as we have this before us with possibly a few conditions to consider if this moves forward for approval, I can't think of anything more free to people than the ability that they have to vote essentially by choosing to opt out or not. To me, that is, you know, I look at it as this council, we're voting on a very good waste collection agreement. But residents who live in our city, they each have their vote as to whether or not they would like to participate in the recycling program. And they would have a very well advertised and a window in which to cast a vote if they do not want to participate.
Yeah,
Thus the duty to make it known that your vote matters if you want to recycle, because it's an issue where people are on both sides. Some say, I want the freedom to choose whether I want to recycle. Well, you have it.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you bringing that
And
up.
one thing I wanted to bring up was that we talked about it a little bit was we get a vote now, and then if you move or anything, you don't get that vote. But for us to keep our rates low, we had to lock it in.
That's a good point.
So
hopefully people will.
Best case scenario, you know, I mean, it would be awesome if we could get these rates and have people opt in and out, but it would be a logistical nightmare to keep track of that. And the prices are going to get even higher and higher. They could potentially get higher and higher. So we had to lock them in at some point. And so giving them another option to choose what they want, but we have to proceed forward. But the other thing I want you, maybe Faye, and then we can talk in this meeting about is that in 3 years, we have the option, if it's not working countywide, to end the contract with the recycling with the public.
Yeah, we
And they have
do
the
have
option
an
as well.
out at that
Yes,
point.
at 3 years.
If it tanks even worse. The biggest thing we got to remember is the more trash we put into our landfill, the sooner we're going to have to replace the landfill, which is not cheap. We have to maintain that landfill for 50 years after we've closed it. So we have to set aside money for that expense. So by recycling, not only are we being good stewards to the land, we're also extending the life of our landfill. The more we recycle, the more the residents recycle, the further out our landfill goes. And hopefully by then we'll have a better process to deal with trash. Ultimately,
Right.
that would be ideal. Maybe we can recycle it all. We've actually looked at options to recycle it all, but this is the best way and the best for the county. This is something you guys have been digesting. I told in the last council meeting, you've been looking at it for 20 minutes other than you. We've been working on this for nearly a year, these contracts. So you're trying to process all of this in 20 minutes that we've been working on for quite some time.
Well, one thing I just want to bring up before the council is right now at a participation rate at 80%. For us to be kicked out of the tier 1, there would have to be 33,150. So technically 33,149 people would drop us into the tier 2. But just to drop down to that number, we'd have to decrease 18,850 people would have to opt out. Keep in mind, we have whole entire communities plus these opt-outs, and it only equates to, what was that number? Roughly 13,000 people. The odds of this program going forward are very high, is what I'm getting to. And so for us to continue to just let the people who are opting out stay there, I think we'll actually gain ground in kicking them off. I really don't think we're going to drop, 18,000 people by allowing this opt-out period. The tier 1 option still seems very, very plausible and very, very, very likely to be the thing that we'll go forward with.
And as far as the opt-out options go, I don't know the exact details of how the advertising is going to go. I can tell you that it'll probably be of an encouragement to stay in, participate, stuff like that. But they have options. They have a way to vote whether they would like to participate or not.
What would happen if this agreement did not pass in Washington City? What would happen with our waste collection?
That's a good question. I'm not the district manager, so it would be difficult for me to answer. Faye can probably hit that one better.
Well, we talked, the district's been in existence for about 40 years. And that question's come up several different times. What would happen? Yeah. Yeah. The question has come up, what would happen if a community didn't want to be part of the agreement or part of the district? How would that be handled? What would happen at this juncture, for example, if Washington or any other community didn't want to be part of this agreement, then what would happen is the district likely would have to go back to, depending on the community and the size of the community and the impact that would have on the rest of the rate for the entire remaining portions of the county, would have to go back to Republic, maybe do some additional negotiating on a new rate, perhaps. But what would happen is Washington then would have to make arrangements for its own solid waste collection and disposal. And when you went to the landfill, you'd be assessed a fee that would be greater than what would be paid by residents or members of the district.
So we really don't have a choice for an agreement that does not include the recycling component.
The choice is by the residents deciding they don't want it.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just being clear.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
But I'm trying to be clear as
there's the other option too, that we can choose a different landfill if we decided. But then there's the cost of transport.
But there's only so much that this council can control.
Yeah.
If I'm correct. Right. We have to contract for waste services, and the waste service contract that's provided by our district includes a recycling component.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to be clear that the best we can do is let the citizens vote by opting out if they're not interested in recycling, because some will say that it costs more energy to recycle than not to recycle. I mean, there's all kinds of discussions. I'm not an expert, but
but it's being a good steward. It's extending that landfill life. There's a lot of variables in it. And again, like I said, hopefully in 20, 30 years, we have a better way of managing this. With the way technology is going, we probably will.
Yeah.
So you're right. It seems like you're kind of up against a wall. We don't want you to feel that way at all.
And we don't, but I wanted to make that clear as the record, I guess.
I got you. Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
So as I understand it, 3 years or so from now, this will be looked at again to determine the viability?
So if we see what happened before, recycling was way up here at a 10-foot height, and then within a few months, it dropped down to a negative 10-foot height. We don't expect to see that again, but obviously it's economics, it's out of our control. So we gave ourselves a way to say, hey, if we drop that low again, we need to say we're out.
Right.
But we need to have 3 years. Otherwise, the rates would be higher right now because the risk would be higher.
One thing I'd just like to bring up is just kind of maybe anecdotal, but we at my career as I work with public schools, and I watched us work so hard with recycling and everything else, but then because of the cost, we stopped recycling as school systems. Considering a lot of the resources that the type of waste that comes from those particular entities, I know this is addressing residential, but if there are larger players that could be benefited by recycling, I'd really like to see us reach out to those groups because a lot of this is about education. And if we're killing places where people are educated and taking away incentive at a young age for people to do this, I don't think we're doing ourselves any services. So I would hope there be any form of outreach. I don't know if it's incentives or education or working with these entities that deal with our youth and deal with places where a large amount of recycling could happen, but we've kind of overlooked that and made it to where they just can't incorporate these services. I would like to see us bring
I
those
think
down.
what the district's plan is to have continual education even after we go through this first part. I do know that Republic is committed, and Reese will text me if I'm wrong.
Well, give you a quick thing. By the side of each our doors used to be a box that says, hey, recycle if you can.
Yeah.
And we had people go and grab those and go dump them, and then it was disbanded because it became too expensive. I think you're doing yourself a disservice of really reaching out to places where it really could impact this.
And I'll mention that to Reese. I know it's in their best interest to continue the recycling program because I've seen their facility down in Vegas where our recycles go to. And it's huge and it's expensive. So they need to have that flow going through there.
I'm just hoping that if we're going to look at this at a 10-year scope of field, there's a lot of people that can be taught about this over 10 years.
Absolutely.
And just reach out to that 10-year window.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think I'll entertain a motion,
Mayor.
unless you have a question.
Well, I don't, but just based on that we have requested some changes, specifically the lanes of travel, and that we really don't have a pressure for time because we'll have another meeting before this needs to be done by the district, as well as some of the restrictions for citizen participation in these meetings, given the COVID issue going on and previous frustrations with the lack of communication or perceived lack of communication on this. I would make a motion that we table this to our next meeting. Table item 11 for next meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to table. I'll go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, nay, only because I know I've been involved a lot more. Feel like we're ready. So, but I'm not opposed to you guys tabling, and I understand we have a little bit of time, so we're okay.
What we can do is we can go back, we can make those changes so you actually have them in front of you for
Yeah.
the next meeting. You have a better level, comfort level.
The good thing, I mean, the vote's done, but I was going to say we could put them as conditions and they could get taken care of. But
Do you
We-
feel
we
like you
could,
understand the conditions that we have in Washington City, both as the point of access?
so the two conditions I wrote down was the opt-out, that the previous be automatically in the opt-out program unless they choose not to be. and then that Countryway is a no through path, and mostly because it's getting improved currently. So it will be incentive for them to use that road.
Certainly. And it's not uncommon for cities to delegate certain roads for certain size of equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fair.
And I hate to be contrary, but I actually disagree with opting out the people who've already opted out. I'm hoping that we'll do a good enough job of communication with this. And I think there'll be enough people who have changed over and possibly even become more eco-friendly.
Sure.
That I'd like to see them have that opportunity to do it again, and rather than putting the burden on billing and collections to have to go back and notify them. It just seems more simple to me. Just say, do the advertising right up front, and people who want to opt out, let them go.
See,
But I also disagree with that.
And that's
yeah,
fine.
I think we have a disagreement there,
Yeah,
because I see it as people are like, I already opt out, why should I have to do it again? And I think you see more of a headache that way than saying, hey, but if you want in, come on in, come join. We just need to give an option if you want to opt in, not just opt out.
Agreed with that.
And we're going to
If you
work
go
to
there, you definitely
reach out to those people that are already opted out to help them make a decision.
It's just
I guess
a
my
different
final thing
message
with
at
that.
point. And
Yes.
that's my concern is that, and I made the joke earlier that, if a city vehicle runs over a puppy, everybody in the city knows about it in 15 seconds. But if you have some policy measure, it's so difficult to get people to listen. So having two different messages, I think makes that more difficult. But
Well,
again,
my final thoughts on that. We've got 13,000 people that do not participate now, either due to where they live or opting out. We'd have to lose 20,000 more additional people before the tier 1 incentive is no longer viable. So
Yeah,
at
I
that
agree.
point,
I don't
we're
think you're
not
missing.
gaining any ground by not respecting where people are. I feel like giving them that hand of fellowship to come in as soon as things feel right for them. They're like, hey, this feels good, great. I just don't see us to the benefit of us negating the effort that they've gone through to not have the service. It means something to them, and that's good enough for me.
And I guess my only thoughts are going forward that transparency and choice are adhered to.
can I also just
I will.
say,
Go ahead.
no, you first, please.
I will tell you that Reese did text me. He will plan a strategy to get out to the schools to get some education going there.
I think it's a vital place to gain ground.
Yeah, for sure.
My comment was just, thank you for being here. I mean, based on the numbers you put together and the cost, it was wonderful to hear how we're doing with the contract, and thanks for the efforts you folks have put into this for many years.
Yeah, just by way of information, with currently the way we recycle, 75% of what goes down to the recycling facility gets recycled. There is a 25% margin due to not appropriate materials going in, because people go, oh, this is recyclable. Boop. And where they're not. Bags are not recyclable. They're just too thin. But we're doing a really good job. We're keeping tons and tons out of our landfill every day. And so that's just the positive direction to be going in.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, too. Appreciate it. Good to see you again, Faye.
Mayor, just as a kind of little fun note, I've been cleaning up and doing spring projects and stuff with this COVID opportunity, COVIDcation. And I have been watching the landfill over the space of past 6 weeks, because I've been going at least once a week. It is incredible to see how much we put into that dump over a small period of time. I wish we almost had like a stop motion camera to see how much goes into there. So these programs are vital. We do need to be more innovative with our approach, or we're going to be in a horrible position in the future. So
Thank you. Have a great evening. Okay. Okay, we'll move on to item 5. Preliminary plats. Continuation of a consideration to approve a preliminary plat for Mustang Valley located approximately 3925 South Washington Fields Road. Applicant Smoothie Kings Holdings LLC. I love that. I know.
Thank you, Mayor. Can everybody hear me okay and see the exhibit on the screen?
yeah, it's limited. We can see it, but yes.
How see, because I can't see what you're seeing, so I'm trying to.
There you go.
Well,
That's better.
I'll zoom in on those areas. So this item was tabled at the June 24th city council meeting. The applicant was asked to have another exhibit added showing the amenity area landscape design, showing specifically the grass area that would be placed and the as related to the buildings and the other landscaping. And so this is the exhibit they brought. So the kind of neon colored areas are what they wanted for you to see. I'll just kind of highlight up here in the detention area, of course, down here in the main area, and then the other amenity area over here on the east side. So that neon colored, as you can see on the legend, is pointing out that particular grass area that you asked for. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any question. They also, just to let you know, came back and adjusted their phasing of the project, as you can see with the red dashed line. So with
Okay, you
that
answered
said,
my question. Thank you. I think we were noticing that as well.
You know, with that phasing, and also I appreciate the applicant's patience in this, but I feel it necessary to just make this conform with the request and what was said. I do appreciate designating the grassy areas better. I do like the pathways. It's addressed every concern that I've had. I feel they've definitely done above and beyond and appreciate their efforts.
So on the phase one, I just wanted to make sure that we were that park's getting built right off the phase one. It's part of that phase one, the first park.
in the smaller park over here on the east.
Yeah, that park. Just in the park that's in the phase one and the detention pond, those are going to be improved immediately, is my question.
That's what it looks like. The applicant, hopefully, I think, is online. Dave, are you there, or one of your representatives?
Yeah, I'm here. That park will be put in phase one, and the detention, if it's part of phase one, yeah, it'll go in with it. I don't remember if that was in there, but if it's in that phase one, it will.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because a lot of these developments, we say they have to be at 1/3 build out. So as long as phase one has got that installed.
Now that might be.
Yeah, the other one on the southwest. Sorry, the other one on the southwest would go in with the phase when it's built. It will not go in with the phase one.
For the phase 2B is what it shows here, correct? So
yeah.
Okay. Mayor, if there's no more discussion.
Any additional discussion or questions, I will entertain a motion then.
I'll motion that we approve a preliminary plat for Mustang Valley, located approximately 3925 South Washington Fields Road, based on the findings and subject to the conditions.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Let's go roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
All right, that's approved. Move on to item 6, plat amendment. Consideration to approve an amendment to the final plat for the 8th Coral Canyon subdivision, located at approximately Double Eagle Land and Albatross Lane. Applicant Cole Westholm.
Mayor, those roads were named just for you as a golfer, just so you know that.
I've had 2 albatrosses in my life, so.
There you go.
I love the variance in
Double
those.
Double Eagle, just to let you know.
I need to see proof on that. That's impressive.
Okay, let's get back to business here. The applicant, as stated, is requesting approval of the amended final plat for the 8th at Coral Canyon. The reason for this amended request is to eliminate the current limited common areas in the backyards and turn them basically into private ownership areas or lots attached with the pad homes. In essence, creating more of a standard subdivision lot within this development. Staff reviewed the proposed amended final plat and finds it conforms to the Coral Canyon Planned Community Development zoning, and the subdivision also remains in compliance with subdivision ordinance as well. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their July 1st, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended final plat for the 8th at Coral Canyon subdivision onto you, the City Council. And that's based on the original findings and subject to the original conditions that were placed on this, which were the standard 5 conditions for a final plat. I'll be glad to answer any questions I can on the amended final plat for the 8th.
I'm just looking at the section closest to the legend, and that looks like a pretty unique way to access 4 different homes. Does staff feel confident that that's safe and there's no issues with traffic with it? I'm just looking at that. It basically looks like a cup with holes in the bottom of it.
Now, are you talking down here in the bottom of this cul-de-sac area?
Those 4 that are so concentrated to their entrances to their homes. Everything else I can see a side by side, but 4, do we have places like where we've done that in other places in Washington City? Is that a common thing, or is this?
Yeah, no, the area I circled in red is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. Yeah, if these were public streets, it probably wouldn't happen that way. But it is a private street and it is a cul-de-sac. So unless Mike has issues, I've kind of seen other things like this, yes. And again, they're long driveways, as you can see.
Yeah.
And so I don't have as much issue. If they were short right at a 20-foot mark, might be a little more concerned. But again, it's at the end of the cul-de-sac. The only people heading there, of course, are those 4 residents.
Right.
And but this is a vacation rental property as well. So, but I hope that kind of answers. I don't think it being too much of a problem.
Okay.
It looks like they're 20 feet wide driveway widths.
Okay, it's not just unique first appearance. Thank you for addressing those, Drew.
Yep.
Any additional questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. We approve the amended final plat for the 8th at Coral Canyon, located at approximately Double Eagle Land and Albatross Lane.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call vote again.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Warden, aye.
Staley, aye.
Okay, that is approved. And just to clarify, I've had 2 double eagles, not an albatross.
Double eagles.
I was worried about it, Mayor. I'm glad.
I'm like, is this saying the same thing? I don't golf.
Item 7, road dedication. Consideration to approve a road dedication for Country Way. Applicant, Mellon Development.
Mike, you want to take that?
Sure.
Thank you.
So what the dedication plat is, the city already owns 50 feet of this right of way. This is just dedicating 8 feet on each side of the road to make it the required 66-foot road. So fairly simple dedication plat.
Mike, is the applicant with us tonight by chance?
That I don't know.
Adam, are you on the line? Or Rick?
Let me just ask a quick question. If he's not, I'll ask you, Mike. So does this road dedication go from the existing bridge at Country Way all the way to Landfill Road?
Yes, I believe it does.
Do you know approximately the length of that road, or?
I don't.
That's okay. What I went out there and looked at it, and it's going to be really nice. And there's JP's a great contractor. They're doing a lot of excellent work out there. It's a long and it's a straight road. And the thought came to me that I wondered if it might enhance their subdivisions and possibly also calm a little bit of traffic by putting some landscape medians. I mean, we're talking a very long and very straight road. And, I'm not a cost estimator, but it's possible that some of those medians with some landscape would be attractive, would draw more people to them. And it may be less expensive than that 3.5-inch asphalt on a 66-foot road. I wanted to ask the applicant his thoughts. They're moving quickly, but I thought that might be something for them to at least consider and for that to be on the record.
One thing I want to mention, and a great suggestion, I like it. The concern I have with, and maybe Mike doesn't have this concern, but I have this concern, is I'm very familiar with this road. There is a 60-inch water line, a 36-inch water line, and then a 12-inch water line, plus power poles, lots of utilities. It's hard to put landscaping over those utilities everywhere. So it's hard to do that kind of stuff when you have that many utilities running down that road. And those 60 and 36-inch lines are the main water for our whole county. It comes from the treatment plant and distributes to St. George, everyone around here.
What I really appreciate about this road is the traffic calming measures that we put into it already, where it has residents that are going to be impacted further down the road. One thing that I get concerned about, I do applaud the concept of making these roads more aesthetically pleasing and beneficial. One concern I have on these larger roads, we have some places in our community where property owners don't work with us in expanding the roads, and then we're locked into a place where we have a high need of traffic, and then we're trying to bottleneck cars through areas. I can think of areas by Turner Turf Farm and stuff that just have some unique constraints. I see our community growing, and I appreciate them giving us this road wider. Due to that being an area that's going to have a lot of residential change.
You know, the interesting thing on this is, if I remember, this was initially master transportation planned an 85-foot road. So it's now a 66-foot road, but it's going to be nice. I appreciated your comments about the utilities under there. You know, if the applicant thinks it makes sense, I think that would be, I think it would enhance this project. The other thing that I would bring up is that bike lanes. With active transportation, this would be another road to consider having bike lanes along there. I know that this was approved last year with some traffic calming measure with those 1-inch raised stamped concrete bumps, so I like those. There's some things I like about the road. There's a couple things that we may need to look at again in the future, and we may be able to address with speed limits rather than stop sign.
Mike, outside the obvious reasons, is there another purpose for doing this?
That's the only purpose, to widen it to what we're requiring for the road through there. There is bike lanes that is planned on this. It's part of their design.
Mike, help me out.
And it is going to be a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Right.
And then there's all the other improvements that back when this originally came to council, that the council requested with them, the raised crosswalks, the 4-way stops. I think there's 5 4-way stops along this road to try to help slow the traffic down.
Such a low speed limit. Does it warrant 4-way stops, or would we just, with the traffic calming measure of the raised crosswalk, does that do the trick? I mean, does it really stop signs?
You're putting me in a predicament here. So I oppose the 4-way stops right from the beginning, because we're not supposed to use stop signs to control speed. That's very, very clear in the MUTCD that we are not supposed to do that. But where council directed it, then we do what council wants. So that was a directive from the previous council that we do the 4-way stops.
Mike, why is it that this profile changed from the one that was presented to council? This looks significantly different than the profile we were talking about previously.
You're not seeing the design. All you're seeing is a dedication plat. So you don't see any real design of the road. All you're seeing is the footprint of the road itself.
Does that dedication match the design that was presented to council previous, or is this an expansion upon that design?
No. Like I say, this isn't the design. This is just the roadway.
On that, no, I don't feel like I understand.
It's within the 66-foot right of way.
All right.
And that's what was approved in the previous council.
But
so to give a little background, the city already had 50 feet of it years ago.
Right.
So they've had 50 feet, but because that's all they needed for a temporary road to get through. But now, because we're getting it up to standard, there's just the remaining couple feet on each edge.
I think it was the Valley that was there years ago and then went into receivership, and through all the legal process came back to the city. But so it makes sense, and I'm probably making too big of a deal out of it. It's going to be nice to have the road,
but it could be suggested.
is that possible to take any of those suggestions back to the, to the developer as far as if there is any feasibility that makes sense with raised medians? Or, I mean, obviously we can't compel, but that might be beneficial for his project.
Right. We can definitely take it to the developer and see if he is willing to do that. Where this is a PCD, they got their approvals, they're vested in it. Right. We can't force them into anything, but we can ask him and try to persuade him.
I think this kind of comes back to a previous comment by Councilman Ward on things where there was so much work done that I think would clarify where Councilman Staley is trying to go with his intentions. It would be nice to include those things inside of our packets rather than have us go back and dig through those things, because we're building a conversation on things that have happened in this area. And I would like that to be a benefit to the council to have those resources, so we don't have to spin our wheels on some things, but also build a better idea and support good things. So I would ask if we have some work that has a previous thing that was contrasted, would help us understand what is in place for outside of this road dedication. I could see the benefit of the other profile that we had to the council. So I would just like that added when we move forward in council things.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but where this was voted on by the previous council and there was an actual vote on this, if it was modified, it would have to be then brought back before the council for that modification, correct?
Correct. And like I said, this is really a very simple road dedication. We're just adding 8 feet onto what we already existing had. So the alignment hasn't changed at all from what the council approved. The design has not changed from what the council originally approved. This is just getting the road dedication to where we have the actual right-of-way ownership by the city.
Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, any additional questions or comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to motion that we approve the road dedication for Country Way as outlined in our discussion.
Second.
Mayor,
Yes.
while you're making that, I just want to put on the record, there is a right-of-way issue that needs to be resolved with the UAMPS lines going in there. We've talked to JP about them. They are aware of them. They are needing to correct those. I believe they will. We're not concerned about that, but I just want to make sure that's on the record that that right-of-way issue get resolved on the UAMPS line.
I think we should make it a condition.
And that would be fine too. We're not worried that they won't, but we also don't want any confusion of them walking away and saying, well, they approved it.
That just puts it on the record. Do you want us to deny it here and then make?
No, there's absolutely no reason to deny it. We think that it'll get resolved. We just don't want to be confusing at all.
You got it, manager. Go ahead, Council.
We've already talked to him about this, that we will not sign the plan until it's resolved. So the plat's no good, or the dedication plat is no good until Public Works does the final sign off on it. And we will not sign it off until UAMPS is satisfied with the modifications that need to be done with their poles. And it's not necessarily alignment. It's the pole, it's buried depths on poles and poles that have been dug around.
So if you want to make a motion, are you amending your motion?
I am fine. I guess before I amend my motion, staff, do you feel with the motion on the table that UAMPS would be addressed within this motion? Or do you feel like if we don't put that in there, that it may not fare well for us?
I actually think we're fine at this point. I'm comfortable with what Mike said, and I'm also comfortable with the fact that we've had this discussion in a public meeting, which is on the record. So I think that I don't think necessarily if you're all in agreement, Mike won't sign, we're good.
Okay, I appreciate the discussion and validating, making sure that we addressed it.
And I appreciate that Mike's all over this. We have another item on the agenda later, and we had this very discussion and some stuff didn't happen. I'd rather just put it as a condition. It doesn't affect them anymore.
So
the condition
help me out,
that we will not sign the
Coates.
plat until this is resolved.
How would you recommend the condition be said?
The condition I would recommend is that the UAMPS agreement is approved by the Public Works head, or the UAMPS and Public Works prior to recording the final plat.
Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to my motion based off the information that's given to us. I'd like to make a motion to approve the road dedication for Countryway with the amended condition that UAMPS make sure that they're signed off with our Public Works Director. How would I say that?
I would say that UAMPS agreement
UAMPS agreement, sort of verified by our
verified by the Public Works and
Public
UAMPS
Works
prior to recording the plat.
There we go.
Okay, so moved. Okay.
And I
good.
will second that.
All right,
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call again.
Staley, aye. Ward, aye.
Clef eye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates eye.
All right. Thank you very much, all of
Hey,
you.
Mike, is that a title issue? Is that just a title? Is that going to come out as a title issue or just a you visually confirming that with UAMPS?
It's not a title issue. It's a construction issue.
Okay, good. Thanks.
I just want to make sure that Mike has what he needs so that he can coordinate with the developer and UAMPS. And when Mike's good with you, if you talks to UAMPS and they're good, then we're good.
Yep, we're all over it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah. We'll move on to item 8, public hearings. Public hearing for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-808, request from residential agriculture 1 acre lots, two residential single family 15,000 square foot lots, R15, located approximately 2800 South, 240 West. Applicant Mari Ventures / David Nasel.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicants request an approval to change the zoning of approximately 18.01 acres. The requested change, as stated by the mayor, is from the current zoning of residential agricultural 1 acre minimum to a proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum lot, or as referred to in the zoning, the R115 zoning district. The R115 request is for the purpose of developing the 18.01 acres into a residential subdivision. The general plan land use designation for this property is the low density residential. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is RA1 to the north, R110 to the south and west, and Washington County zoning to the east. The Planning Commission reviewed this request in a public hearing at their June 17th, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-08 for the zone change request from residential agricultural 1 acre or RA1 to the proposed single-family residential 15,000 square foot minimum R115 zoning designation onto you, the City Council, and it's based on the findings in your report. I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on this zoning proposed change.
Would you just speak about the access to the proposed R115 lots?
Yeah, right now there's a road built right up to here on the side of the new school. This development over here is in the stage of getting their platting together. So they'll be constructing roadway at least up to here. And then part of that, we've made them design to bring a road this way as well. So they'll have to, and let me just change colors, be responsible for, of course, anything here, but also coming up this direction or coming down from Merrill this direction. They know they have to account for that and build at least half that roadway in to get to their particular development at platting time.
Build a fully improved road on both ways, just one way. Correct?
But I'll let Mike, that's an access management thing. And Mike, what is the requirement on that?
It would probably be half the road plus 1 lane. They wouldn't improve both sides of the road unless they own both sides of the road.
No, what I was saying is because they're kind of in the middle between the two roads that are improved, is that they would improve half the road in front of all their property, but only build the other half the road either north or south. They don't have to do both. The second one would be just a road-based road that a fire access can get through, if I'm correct.
Yes, possibly, but on something this size, depending on the density, they would probably have to do the traffic impact study on it.
Okay.
That would dictate whether they needed both roads or both ways or single ways, and as well as the fire department, their code, what they require. But that all comes down the road when we get more into the design of it.
So has there been any discussion from the applicant about where the primary access will be? Will it be on 240, adjacent to the intermediate school, or?
Well, let's invite Dave. Are you on the line? I think I saw.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, we would anticipate the primary access coming off 240 West, probably midway up the property, maybe a little bit further up.
Yeah, but which direction are you coming? You coming from Merrill South, or are you coming from 3090 North?
Yeah, that's a great question. We're actually in the middle of getting that figured out with the landowner to the north as well. So I anticipate that it'll be fully improved from, not fully, but at least one half the road from Merrill down, but that's not finalized yet. So at least coming from the south by the school up, and then the main access off 240.
So we'll see that at the preliminary plat then?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm probably a little ahead of myself, but I'm just curious on this. I don't know, this seems to make sense for that area, by the way. It seems pretty simple.
Any additional questions for Drew or the applicant, council? If not, this is a public hearing, and so we will take those public comments. Denise, is it you or Tara?
Sorry, I couldn't get my mic undone. It's me. There are no public comments on this item.
Okay. Seeing there's no public comments, I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
Have a motion, have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Ivy.
Ivy, aye. Goats, aye. Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Cliff eye.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next public hearing. Item B, for consideration to approve zone change request Z-20-09, request from agricultural 20-acre lot minimum, 20-acre lots minimum A20 to residential agricultural 1-acre lot minimum RA1, located approximately 3470 South 240 West. Applicant Bryce Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requesting the zone change of approximately 4.98 acres. And again, it is from the Ag 20 to the proposed residential agricultural 1-acre minimum or RA1 zoning district. The applicant seeking the RA1 request for the purpose of developing the 4.9 acres into a residential property for the applicant's personal home and possibly a future lot split for parents to also build in at a later date. The general plan use designation for this property is the low density residential. The surrounding zoning for this parcel is RA1 to the north and east, which are bonus density programs, by the way, A20 to the south, and then Washington County zoning to the actually should be the west, not the east. I apologize for that, but to the west. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at a public hearing on June 17th, 2020. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-09 for the zone change request from Ag 20-acre minimum to the proposed residential agricultural 1-acre minimums RA1 zoning designation onto you, the City Council. That's based on the findings in your report. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. And I will turn it on to the other screen if you'd like me to, Councilman Ward.
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me
Take us there.
and let's zoom down in. And let me highlight those for you. Basically, the properties are right here.
So this, from what I understand, Drew, this is one of the main purposes is to build a personal residence for the developer. I'm assuming that that's going to be greater than 1 acre, because if he has 4.98, there's 1 acre lot, well, 0.98 that's out of luck if it's a 1 acre minimum. Are some of these going to be conjoined into larger lots? Do we know anything about that, or does that matter at this point?
Well, Bryce, are you on the phone with us?
I am, yes.
Did you hear the councilman's question?
I heard part of it, just to make understand. Basically, you wanted to know with the 5 acres that my plan is to build 1 home on it, or if I have plans to future subdivide.
I appreciate this. I apologize. You have 4.9 acres, and if the minimum is 1 acre lot, you have 0.98 acres. Are you going to try to distribute that into the other lots, or are you just? I was looking at the math on that. That's all.
No, it's what it is right now is there's actually 2 separate 2.5 acre lots.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just applying to rezone both of those lots together. And right now I'm going to build 1 home on 1 lot. And then if and when down the road, I would have my in-laws build on the second lot if they decide to, if they need help when they get retired and stuff down the road.
Congratulations.
So it's already 2 lots, and all I would do is build 2 homes. So there's no subdivision or any change. It's just going to stay 2.5 acres.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions for applicant or Drew? Okay, not, excuse me. Again, this is a public hearing. Denise, did you have any public comments on this item?
Mayor, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay, if no comments on item B, I'll entertain a motion.
So made. Second.
I have a motion and a second. I'll start with Councilman Ward.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye. Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. The public hearing is closed. Move on to item C. Public hearing for consideration to approve zone change Z-20-10, request from Plan Unit Development PUD to Plan Unit Development Residential PUDR, located approximately in the northwest corner of 100 South 100 West in Washington. Applicant Wash 100, Curtis Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, applicant is seeking approval of a zone change of approximately 0.28 acres. The requested change is from the current zoning of PUD, which is Plan Unit Development, which was originally part of the Mill Creek Townhomes, but never did develop out with that development, but was still zoned with it. And the requested change is from that PUD to a proposed new PUD residential. The PUDR request is for the purpose of developing this 0.28 acre parcel into a residential duplex. You can see Unit A, Unit B on your exhibit. The general plan designation for this location is medium density residential. The surrounding zoning to the parcel is PUD to the north and west and R16 to the south and east. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their June 17th meeting in a public hearing. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-10 for the zone change request from planned unit development to a proposed planned unit development residential. On to you, the City Council, of course, based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. Be glad to answer any questions you might have. I will scroll down if there is any. It shows the elevations. You can follow along. You can see they're going to be brown and a little bit of stonework on them. 2-car garages. And here is, of course, the floor plans showing it's a 3-bedroom unit, 2-bath, 2-car garage. And again, just a mirror image back to back on the layout of the floor plans.
Drew, my first comment is I appreciate the developer working with the previous input from the public and council. this is much better, and I feel like fits and conforms more with the nature of the area around it than the previous proposed idea. So my first thing is simply to say thank you. As I look at these, is there still a vacant lot just north of this, or is this one still attached? The next thing is a house right next
It's
to
the
it.
house. The house is up on that W46A1B. That's that home, and then above that is the commercial.
And one of the previous concerns that people had is that there was an automotive business in function, and it seems like they're kind of ramping down what they were doing as a business. I think the strains that were there previously have diminished as well.
Which one are you talking? Are you talking about
Turner's? They're a little
auto body.
Oh.
Right there, down by the other side.
Yeah, just up
I
in
thought
there,
you meant
right
the
there.
rental place. I'm like, that's busy as ever. So that's why I want clarification.
No, I apologize for not being clear on that. Thanks for asking for clarification. The auto body place, is he shut down or he just closed down for now?
The auto body?
Yeah.
No, they're still
There. I know he was.
Yeah,
he was
they're
ramping it.
they're operational.
They're operational, but he was, last I talked to him, he was ramping it down. Yeah. Maybe it's just COVID speaking. My bad.
All right, gentlemen, any comments?
Is there any
Questions?
public comment?
Any questions for the applicant or Drew before we go to the public hearing? If not, Denise, any public comments?
Mayor, there are no public comments for this item.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So made.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second.
Coates eye.
Ivy eye.
Buff eye.
Ford eye.
Staley eye.
All right. We'll move on to item 9. Ordinance. Public hearing is for consideration to approve zone change request E-20-05, request from Plan Unit Development PCD to Plan Unit Development Residential PUDR located approximately 2800 East Country Way, applicant Midden LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2-week holdover is now complete from your public hearing 2 weeks ago. This item is ready for city council agenda. Kind of ironic, this is the road you were talking about earlier tonight, and you can see the stop signs, the 4-way stop signs in there. That's those red dots on your exhibit there. So I'm glad to answer any questions you've had over the 2-week holdover.
What? This was years ago a PCD.
Yes,
Was that Sunrise Valley?
you are correct. Yes, it was.
In that PCD, is there anything? What did they have designed for this area? It was really, really small homes.
I'm not sure of the question, Councilman. Can you?
I'm just trying to get a feel for what we're changing from and what we're going to. And I know that maybe even, I don't know if it's 8 or 10 years ago or how long, but I'm just wondering what that PCD, what the density was in this piece. This is very high density. And so I'm wondering, how this density compares to the prior piece, the current PCD zoning that exists. So I know.
Well, this came about in the general plan amendment that they talked about with the previous council at the end of last year. This actually has lower density. They put a cap on it. In fact, I put that in my report that it was, the whole development is going to be limited to, I think, 500 and, see if I can find that. I'm almost sure that I put it in, but
I believe it was 535.
532, right? And the original PCD was up around 600 and I think 10. So the council put more of a, that had higher density on that PCD overall than this area is going to be allowed when all developed out with the 5 pods.
As part of this
request, does it include the stop signs on that road, or has that decision already been made?
That was made.
I guess my question is, can we eliminate the stop signs on Country Way as part of this approval? I don't know if anybody else even wants to, or if that's just an issue that I have, but I'm asking if we could.
Well, it was a council that demanded those, so it can, I guess the only one who can change that, I would venture to say would be the city council.
Councilman Ivy, Councilman Staley, my feeling is, I feel we've had a lot of public input, and I think the main concern on that was just to have an increased safety for the residents that are already there and for those who will come. One of the main reasons why that's been adopted into this is because of the persistent and actual claims of speeds that were being reached by the types of vehicles going through residential areas. And we felt as a council at that time that by adopting this, though it is a little extreme, it would just ensure that the safety is the primary concern that we showed as a council, and to acknowledge that as this grows and gets bigger, we don't want this to become a thoroughfare, just like our concerns with the idea of trash collecting coming through here. And so I feel like this is not negligent or like way too much. I think it's just enough considering what's intended to be developed here and what's already happening with that road. So
No, I appreciate that, Councilman. I totally understand where you're coming from. I'm just thinking if possibly speed limit and traffic enforcement might be another or an alternative option. But honestly, if that's the consensus of the council, I'm not going to get too hung up on it. I just want to get it right, like you do, and we definitely want to be sensitive to the citizens there.
I think that when you look at it, it does seem like a lot of stop signs. And like Mike said, you don't want to use stop signs as speed mitigation. But if the previous council studied it and that was what their agreement was, I don't feel like I'm prepared to change it. But it does look like a lot of stop signs in a very short area.
In all fairness, I guess one more point of this is we made some really unique changes to our main street at the same time that this was coming up. And one of the main things that was brought before us was just mitigating residential interaction with roadways and putting in these different ways of making sure that any possible way of considering how residents interact with a busy thoroughfare. We kind of wanted to see how Main Street worked, but this kind of what happened at that part of our city led to talking about the quality of life for residents in this area. And I'm hopeful that we can continue with it as it is, just on the basis of ensuring a better community interaction and a better quality of life. I know it seems more than what is normally accepted, but I really feel that communities.
Just open discussion here. What open discussion? And maybe it's not even practical. Councilman Coates, you talked about all the utilities. Wondering if landscape meetings might be an alternative or additional or a compromising traffic calming measure. Maybe we need one stop sign or two, and there's some medians there. I just like the idea of, as they approach that bridge, and the bridge the road would actually narrow there as they get to the bridge, and then they go to the other side of the bridge on Country Way where the house is front. I think we're in total agreement that we want traffic to be slower there. And I'm just kind of throwing it out as to maybe if the stop signs make sense, if there's other options. And like I said, not the end of the world for me, but I'm just throwing it out for conversation. And maybe I'm getting us off on something we don't need to discuss tonight.
I would prefer it to stay. In all honesty, that would be my voice if that's the question out to us. I feel like it's a great plan.
Sure, and I'm just looking for some other input too.
No,
Councilman Ward. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman.
I'm done.
So, Councilman Ward, do you remember if the owners weighed in on this? The homeowners there on Country Way, did they have any comments or?
Oh yeah.
And what did they want to have happen? This?
Well, this has been a problem area for a long time. The increased amount of homes was a great concern to them. The traffic in the area was a big concern to them. It's this particular development has caused me to kind of rethink some of the approvals that we give. I think, unfortunately, I think probably you almost just wouldn't want to give approval to have homes built on those homes that were on this side of the river. I'm saying the wrong side, on the south side of the river where that came across there. But you had to kind of look forward to see that that bridge was going to come through, and this was going to be for a number of years, this was going to be the way to get to the dumps out there on a dirt road, dragging dirt and speed and traffic through there. A lot of consternation. And frankly, I would welcome any ideas to try and improve the situation, but I don't.
All my comments now. We're done.
I have a question. Councilman Coast, do you have any comments?
I just want to wait my turn. Mine has nothing to do with stop signs, but it has to do with the park phasing plan. Their phase 2, which is this phase, would be just the restroom and about 3 more parking stalls. I would like to see at least a trail to the neighborhood connected. Yeah, Drew's pulling it up here for us. Right there. So there's that little trail. I understand you don't want to build a large parking lot if you don't need it, but I'd like to at least get access for the residents that own the homes from the street to the facility. That's just my opinion. That's the one thing I'd like to see as part of that phase 2. It says phase 2 of pod 1, but this is pod 2. So I would say phase 1 of pod 2. But I'd like to see that.
Sorry, Councilman Coast, you're just saying have portion, because the parking lot is attached to phase 1, right?
Yeah. So right now, phase 1 is that has to be built right now.
Yeah.
But then in phase 2, the blue area, and this says phase 2 bathroom to be completed with phase 2 of pod 1, but shouldn't it be part of pod 2? We're talking about pod 2 here. I think this one just phase 2 of the development. But my thought process is the little gray trail to the northeast should connect to the neighborhood we're building. Otherwise, there's going to be a weird gap. They have to get onto Countryway and then get back to the parking lot. I'd like to just see that trail maybe installed now sooner than later, is I guess all I'm saying. But not improve the parking lot, because I understand there's all those extra costs that probably aren't needed because the park won't fully be developed.
I guess we don't have anybody from the developer to speak to that on, do we?
They are online.
All right.
Reed, Adam.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. We can talk to the developer about this. I just a lot of this was already designed and programmed in 3 phases, as everybody realizes. The park needs to be completed by when we have 50% of the homes done, which is about at the end of, if phase 1 builds out and phase 2 builds out, that's about 50%. So I know all this stuff was kind of worked out previously with staff, city council, but I agree, I can take this back and kind of see where the developer's at. And it's a smaller, it's not a very long piece of trail. And so we can definitely go back and talk to the developer and see about getting that done a little bit quicker than what's expected.
So was it agreed upon? Because I thought it's for us right now. I mean, yeah, it was kind of laid out, but that was just for pod 1. Pod 2, that was the general plan. We're here now for the PCD approval, which is what we're talking about. So nothing's been agreed upon in my mind. Am I wrong or correct?
And I was told that this was kind of agreed in 3 phases. Phase 1 was the parking lot, phase 2 of the trail, and phase 3 was finishing out the park. But I would need to go back and double check and see what was said and do.
Approved was phase 1 had the parking lot, and that the park would be phased.
Okay.
But and I'm just saying now we're on to phase 2. I know it's not that much. It does have added costs. I'm not trying to add added costs. if you build a subdivision, I'd hate for our residents have to go clear up the street and go to the roadway because you don't have an access right there onto Country Way. So you have to go clear up to the next access and
Right.
then all the way down Country Way to get to a park that's right behind your house. And I know people won't do that.
Right.
Road. So to add in a little bit of concrete there or paved asphalt to get the trail to the subdivision is, I think, reasonable. For this.
And I agree. And I definitely will go back to the contractor and developer and show them that this needs to be done.
All right, thank you. Any additional questions, comments? Are we ready to make a motion?
I am there. I'm ready to make a motion that we approve the zone change request Z-20-05, a request from a planned community development to a planned unit development, residential PUDR, located at approximately 2800 East Country Way. The applicant's Middleton LLC, with the findings and conditions provided by staff, with the additional condition that the trail, either concrete or asphalt, be installed as part of the restroom phase from the subdivision to the park.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go-
By way of
okay.
discussion prior to a vote on this, I don't know, Councilman Staley, do you want to take the opportunity to ask the applicants any questions you didn't get it? I don't know.
No, it's a good point. I mean, on the landscape medium,
Yeah, if you heard the comments about the landscape medians, I'd be happy to hear your thoughts on that, applicant.
And I've been listening to them the whole time, and we do have some issues with planting stuff above those big water lines and having stuff grow down, having it taken out if they need to replace it. So it's an added expense, and this was kind of really designed quite a while ago. The construction drawings are approved, it's underway, and that does add quite a bit of expense into the project. I don't want to get derailed at all, but I do like your points on taking out stop signs, and I agree, but that was approved on quite a while ago, and that's the design, and it's been approved with Pod 1, and the design of this road was approved with Pod 1. So it's almost like the ship has sailed a little bit too much to kind of get our heads around it.
I mean, maybe for reference, they're pouring curb now out there.
Yeah, I was out there again just this morning looking at it, and they're going to town on it. Another point that was brought to my attention is just that the other pods, they have some industrial out there to the I guess the north or east or whatever direction that is. So I'm fine with it. I thought that there were some other things to look at, but I agree that we're to a point now where it would be difficult to change that. The one thought I did have is that that's such a long and straight road that certainly would add value to all of your projects there, just from an aesthetic standpoint. And I thought that might have been something to consider, but I'm okay with this. I don't have a problem.
I can certainly relate to anyone who has some unease about the situation. And I really do appreciate the developers' willingness to make compromises and speaking freely and answering our questions here today. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? We did have a motion in a second. I'll start with a roll call vote.
Yeah, I'll just make the comment that I appreciate the fact that this is lower density than the PCD. And I appreciate the work that the developer's gone on this. And so I will vote in favor due to that fact. Aye.
Thank you.
Ward, aye. Clough, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Goats, aye.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. That passes.
Hey, one more thing, Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
Councilman Clough, my daughter made me promise that next time I speak that she wanted to say hi and thank you for your class this year.
You better tell me, what was her name again?
Sydney Scow.
Goodness, Sydney. Oh gosh. Okay, yes. Let Sydney know. Oh my goodness, Reed. Let her know I say hi.
And I apologize if she made your life a little difficult.
You know what? I'm glad to assume a burden for a father. So any way I can help out, let me know.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item. Consideration to approve the zone change request Z-20-06. Request from open space to residential, single family 15,000 square feet. Minimum lots R15, R115. Located approximately the east end of Wild Horse Ridge. Applicant Omni Development Group LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated earlier, this 2-week holdover on this item is now complete as well. The item's ready for city council action. Just to remind you, the planning commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-2006 for the zone change from open space to the R115. And again, we're just talking about this orange area is all. The rest of the property to the north will remain open space. But again, it's just this particular part. And again, he owns all the blue, the orange, and the green shaded areas, all one lot. And part of the blue will be dedicated as a roadway. And then the yellow is the part that we're seeking for the R115, just to clarify. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Can you show me the roadway? I was having trouble remembering all the layout on this.
And he is going to build the entire road because he owns the entire area that the road will fall in. So it's this area down here. You can kind of see Wild Horse Ridge already kind of developed here on this end. And this end that is already dedicated. And he'll be doing this portion here. And I'll just kind of hash it out for you. That'll be the roadway for the extension.
Any additional comments? We ready for a motion?
Mayor.
I think there was a question on this that was kind of hanging. Was it just what the developer was going to, we had a question about whether he was going to be responsible for the whole road. Was that the last?
That was one question, and then the open space on the drainage, but they're leaving an open space. So
Thank you for helping my memory.
Mayor, you ready for motion?
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve the zone change request C-20-06, a request from open space to residential single family, 15,000 square foot minimum lots located at approximately east end of Wild Horse Ridge. Applicant Omni Development Group.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
second.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Start with Councilman Clough.
Clough, aye.
IVI, I appreciate the 15,000 square foot lots.
Coates, aye.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Thank you.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Oh, you did? That's approved. Move on to the item C. Consideration to approve the zone change request Z-20-07. Request from Community Commercial C2 to Plan Unit Development. Residential PDR located approximately the north corner, Telegraph Street and 1100 East. Applicant Red Development of Orem, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, the 2-week holdover is now complete. This item's ready for council action now. Because of the way the discussion went last meeting, met with the applicant in the past 2 weeks, and they felt some of your comments and concerns, so they are offering to come in tonight and drop 9 dwelling units off of the project. What they'll basically do is, let me get my pencil here, let you know what their proposal is they will take this building here and take the top story off, and this building here and take the top story off. This one has 5 units per floor here, and the other one is 4 for a total of 9. That will drop the dwelling count down to 75 total condominiums. And then the ratio on the dwelling units per acre then drops from 22.8 down to 20.3. on that. So that's what they'd like to propose to you tonight as you think about this. Also to remind you that the Planning Commission by a vote of 4-1 recommended approval of Z-20-07 for the zone change from C2 to the Plan Unit Development Residential Multifamily standards as part of your zoning ordinance. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have on what I brought you tonight or anything you had over the last 2 weeks.
I've been thinking about this one a lot. We're caught in an interesting, caught is the wrong word, but we're in an interesting position with this, with a need for affordable housing in the area. But also this area has had a lot of development, and I can understand why citizens would be concerned about increased traffic. I realize that we meet the warrants there. I realize no matter where we go, we can build enough and we can build roads sufficient enough to handle those. I've been on the road a little bit more than I used to be, and people running up behind me and tailgating me because of a tiny little bit of construction merge, and that is just not comfortable to me anymore. I've been in a nice city for too long. I'm not used to California drivers. And I honestly, my real thought here is that as we continue to go forward, and we will have pressure from the state, from developers, from the economy to build more housing like this, I just have the sense that we really need to have a plan on how much we're going to allow for this, what places in our city we're going to want to see these kinds of things. And if we don't, I think we're going to end up in the same place that we're at right now with the vacation overlays. The economy will go too far. The pendulum will swing from one side from a 0 to nothing, and we'll regret where we're at. But I do, again, I'm all over the map on this, but I appreciate the developer actually bringing some legitimate affordable housing mechanisms. And my final comment is I feel like I've been talking too much. Somebody else needs to say something.
It's always good to hear your voice, Doug. My thoughts on this is, when driving out there, I do not deny the fact that we need more forms of attainable housing, and this is a very unique proposition. I do appreciate that concept being proposed to council. What I struggle with is that we have so many apartments in this area. It is like an ocean of apartments. This area is already designated as commercial. And though the applicant has said, well, I can't get anything to buy this, for a commercial, that commercial person didn't have more than 1,000 additional apartments in the area and construction. So much has happened. The big argument really is, should we change this from a commercially zoned area to a residentially zoned area? And with the density proposed and the conjoining factors, I feel like we do not have a significant road to the west of this to handle the changes. I feel like we've got a lot of concerns with that road that haven't been addressed. I feel like the density is still too high. And I feel like this is not a necessary thing for us to skimp out on opportunity. We argue so many times with some areas that commercial needs to be integrated into areas, and we're literally removing little bits of commercial that we have in this area for more residential. And so it I feel is an unfair argument. I don't think that we should miss this commercial opportunity and keep commercial as the zoning it is. I don't see a reason for us to lose that property to something we already have a significant amount of in the area.
Can I engage with you on some of your thoughts there?
Please.
On the one hand, the city has made some strides with proposals for what will go up on exit 13 in a way that was, is beyond what I had hoped for. And I realize those haven't landed yet, but as far as commercial properties, there's, at a certain point we were looking at, Home Depot and Walmart, that was it. Like other things were just not clicking. And with exit 13 kind of coming in still in a hope phase for some of those, and then some properties out by the airport, it is possible that we may be okay for foreseeable duration with the amount of commercial properties here. The other
Correct.
aspect of this is there may not be a better place to put this aside from the traffic issue. I mean, it's in a location that it fits. However, and maybe this is just pie in the sky. I've always been a little bit proud of Utah and its ability to mix social economic diversity and kind of take care of some of that. I think sometimes we're too close-minded about that, but those are hard things to do. But honestly, more so even than the traffic is just the lack of socioeconomic diversity in this area and just all putting it in one place. But
Well,
if you don't put it here, you got to start planning on some places elsewhere in your city where you're gonna do that, where you're gonna put projects like this, or we're not gonna have places for some of the kids that some of us are school teachers, and some of those kids when they grow up, they're not gonna have places to live in Washington if we don't take some steps.
As a rebuttal to that, I appreciate your comments, Councilman Ward. The existing condominiums and apartments that are right there, north side of the freeway in the Sienna, of Telegraph, the Sienna, are based off of the average mean income that are adjusted based off of people's income coming in, up to 60% of the apartments there. So we have
Now, wait a minute,
particular
because I thought there was
things.
an email. Where did we get that? Who emailed us that said that it made a correction on that? Is that right?
That's as I understand it, and I could be wrong. Oh, Councilman Ivy, please fill us in on this conversation. I have you holding up this paper and you know the answer. Please correct it.
It's just an email that we received. I'm just reading through it. I didn't really have an answer.
Well, no, and that's the thing is we are adjusting the programs. The idea about this, what really concerns me is the concentration. We address the idea that there's a lot of roadways, and you did talk about some improvements that are happening up at exit 13. I agree with that. But what I do not agree with is the concept that this is a significant shift in a good opportunity for commercial in our area. I mean, I really do feel that's a really important thing. So we have places that are addressing income as a point of people getting housing near this area. And we also talked about the concept right next to this, that there's vacation overlays, which you have a concern about. But I feel like at the same time, whatever concern we had about vacation overlays, we've matched or exceeded the amount of apartments as we do to vacation overlays in that area. This is a significant amount in that area.
But economically, we have not. And that's actually one of the thoughts I'd come into this meeting with is possibly tasking our staff to get us some numbers as far as, when I'm talking to real estate agents in the area, we are at an all-time low for available stock as far as housing and selling.
One thing we also forget
that's
about.
not even addressing the low income aspect of that. That's just all housing across the board. So unlike the vacation rental overlay, I still think there's a great need with the vacation rental overlay. I really think we've gone past that, and we've seen devaluing of some of those properties that were previously sold.
So one thing that within this, I would like to bring to the council's attention, I am not against apartments, but I would like to say the difference between a person who owns a house compared to an apartment. What taxes do they pay? Now, hold on, just please let me hear out this conversation, because this is one of my main concerns. Every time we open up for more apartments, there are a lot of taxes that are bypassed by those people because they do not pay property taxes. And that's one of our main points of revenue coming into the city. If we continue to balloon the amount of apartments without a lot of those taxes coming into our infrastructure, there is unique demands and strains that will happen to our infrastructure that do not get addressed through a person who pays rent.
Can we have staff address that? Because that's different than what I understand.
These are sold condos.
So a big portion of them are.
So it's homeowner.
Yeah.
I'm just
ownership.
These are aimed at first-time home buyers, a big percentage. Now there's a component.
Good point.
It was
I
like
just wanted to
60,
make that
40.
clear.
That's clear, but it is talking about, I apologize for merging that with other concerns.
But somebody
for
pays property
clarifying.
taxes if it's an apartment, if it's getting the property taxes if it's apartments or if it's a single home.
Well,
Whomever the
that
owner
was one
is.
of the selling points of
Whoever
the
the owner is.
of the developer is to say that you may actually, and that wasn't me, according to them, they were
Purchase and
proposing that you
buy.
would actually make more money on this as a city by property tax than you would if it was commercial.
Oh, well, I mean, I appreciate that. That was my error. Going into this overall, I still feel like we've addressed the needs of our community. And I feel like we're hitting in this particular part of our community, we're hitting a boiling point where we have too much. Our density is too high.
So I guess I would challenge the council to say, if not here, where?
And we've had
maybe
that.
maybe we need some more numbers from the staff to actually get us to really hone in on how big is our affordable housing problem, and what are we going to commit to do to that as I was going to use the word responsible, but then I remembered we're all elected officials. And
I think, City Manager, did you want to come in on this?
Well, I was just going to respond to that. So I'm going to email you right now. It is available on our website. It's a couple years old, but it's only gotten worse, not better. Is the affordable housing plan, which we're required by the state of Utah, which addresses all that inventory stuff, where we fall within the affordable housing plan. So I'm just dropping that in an email to all of you. Again, a couple of years old, but gives you an idea.
Thank you.
well, thank you, and I appreciate that. I'll kind of digest that a little bit. And maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm a lone voice here, but one of my just early recognitions of the true power, responsibility / power of the city council is this idea of planning, and I just have a sense, personally, that I don't feel like we're planned well enough towards this affordable housing issue, and I've been on both sides of it. I really struggle with the height. It just doesn't feel like the area that I want, but I again, Roger, and I think others have made the point that the costs are getting to such a degree that if you don't go up, you may not be able to even make anything that is even affordable.
Any additional comments or questions?
Mayor, if I may, the applicant is online with us, and I was hoping maybe to give them an opportunity, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, Drew, I don't have a problem with that if I can make a couple of my comments.
Let's let Councilman Coates speak, and then we'll turn some time over to the applicant.
So I just want to kind of rehash some of the concerns I had last meeting, and I brought them up, was some simple ones with the water line not being looped, and I figured they'd work that out with Public Works and then, you know, we brought up the dumpsters against the other neighborhood, right up against their fence is kind of where they've placed them. I don't know if there's a better location, just that was a concern that was brought up in the public hearing. I don't know if we've got clarification from the fire marshal on that east side. I don't want another access onto Telegraph, but that's just, it was brought up. And then with the amount of density that's proposed, 1100 East is tight. We talked about that. And one of the other concerns I have is that making sure that the roadway for phase 2 be at least constructed to Telegraph, because 1100 East isn't fully improved. And then the density, it's pretty high.
So are you at a place where those are like deal breakers for you, or are those issues that you could actually mitigate and be moved on?
I think I need clarification, one on the fire, because we're approving the layout. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work, is my concern with that. The water can get worked out with Public Works. 1100 East and the density are kind of like, I think they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Because we have this tight little road, and then we're adding an additional, what they're proposing, 75 at this time on it. Now, I've had a lot of thought about this. My first thought is, we talked about leaving a commercial, but what type of commercial can you put on 3.5 acres? So I just thinking back to myself, what would I want to put there that's viable, that works? And 3.5 acres, you can do smaller projects, smaller commercial, and those are good commercial areas. But then I also look at 13, and 13 is where our bulk of our commercial is. That's our big commercial. But then I also looked at the roadway and how the streets would lay out, and we're getting a street light right now on Washington Parkway. I'm assuming that someday soon, is it Buena Vista? Oh, Bella, I always get those confused. So Bella Vista will warrant one. And I don't see us putting a third one in, even though 1100 East, but it might warrant it someday. And so is it a good, viable location for commercial? I don't think it's horrible, but I don't think it's the best location either. And so I started, and I took a lot of Brady, the developer, I took a lot of thought of what he said of, you have to, these type of developments with the FHA, sometimes you have to put them in areas that aren't normal. You're not going to go put them against a 15,000 square foot subdivision right next door. You put them against busier roads. So does this make sense to put it in a commercial zone?
Literally, the busyness of the area is one of the reasons why you would consider it. But, but it's a two-way thing.
But it's tough because I want to save our commercial too. So I'm sitting here torn. I'm just telling you. I don't know. The density I have struggle with 20 with how much is down there. We have 22 approved on the one, 16 on the other. There's all the senior living. It's on, but it has a street light sitting there with a fully improved road. So just my thoughts. But we can let the developer address or.
Well, we've heard a significant amount from the developer. To me, personally, a lot of these things have to do with major city design and where we want to go as a city, as far as density and traffic congestion and intermix of issues or of density within our city, and as well as how big of an investment are we going to commit to into our affordable housing issue. And I personally would like to take, I don't want to lose this opportunity. I have a sense that this may be a unique opportunity, and it may not. We have not seen a developer come in with legitimate vehicle other than almost throwing the word out as an excuse to say, well, affordable housing. We haven't had people come in with real tools. So I don't want to lose it, but I also don't want to overstep in an area where I'm still torn. Well, I would actually kind of propose that we, I'm a little bit speaking out loud here, that we table this, have staff come back with some traffic studies and some proposals, just lay out some mapping, see what kind of numbers we can get with the densities. I'm not asking for a full traffic study, but maybe to look over some of the traffic studies that have been done combined in the area, give us a sense of what we could expect, even if they have to come back to us and tell us, Doug, you're up in the air, we couldn't come up with anything unless we actually pay for a full traffic study. Fine, that's an answer. And Roger has sent us some numbers as far as affordable housing. We all kind of commit to go back through some of those numbers, get each of us come back with a sense of what we want to commit to for that, and then really take a look at our city as far as, like, if not here, then where. Or maybe we come back and we say, we don't have an affordable housing problem. Maybe we're fine. We don't need to participate in the area any further than we do, because we've done a lot. We could literally sit back and tell the state, if they come after us, look what we've done. We've done a lot. But I kind of don't want to miss this, but I'm unsettled as where we're at right now. So based on the faces I'm reading here, I would propose that we make a motion that we table this item. I think I would table it to our next meeting and ask ask the mayor to have staff put on our next workshop meeting, specifically the traffic and possibly, I think, kind of our key person in the city with affordable housing is Matt Liu, right? Maybe we could have Matt speak to us a little bit on that topic after traffic.
I'll second your motion.
I do have a motion and a second.
Just as a point of discussion, if there is a member of our staff that could better help us, assist us, and be part of that, just have them included as well in
Absolutely.
the discussion.
Okay, well, I do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates, nay.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, nay.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right.
Could I trouble the council members who voted nay? It would be very helpful for me just to understand your
I just thought the developer should have an opportunity to speak.
You what?
I thought the developer should have had an opportunity.
I'm fine.
To speak on
I've
that.
heard.
And I don't mind studying it more. I don't. I just think I mean, I just don't want this to prolong to months and months and months because I don't think that's fair. As a developer, I just wanted to give them. I mean, I understand maybe you've heard it off debate, but you made a motion and I went.
No,
with
that's
it,
fine.
But I just want them to be able to have a chance to state their case.
I don't know.
Because I mean, I'm always open to suggestions. They were willing to drop 9 dwelling units right away. And maybe there's a few more that worked and there was a plan, but it sounds like the council wasn't ready to move in. But that's why I voted.
Yeah, thank you. I tend to look at these things you get a unique thing coming before you, and I tend to kind of see how that fits in and make that. I don't want to cut off the developer, but I have heard, I've been kind of working with him for a while on this, and I've heard him say it.
Also with Councilman Coates, in addition, I felt like I had the information necessary for my vote tonight.
You were ready to just vote it down.
Well, I felt like we had the proper information, and like all council members, I made the information pinnacle to why I made my decisions.
You were gonna vote nay. I don't mean to put you under pressure.
For not meaning to put any pressure on me, this is a unique scenario,
in your
Councilman Ward.
opinions and just helping shape my own. So thank you.
Okay, the motion will be tabled. I mean, the vote is to table, and we will put that on the next work.
So if we put it on the next work session, are we also putting on our next agenda for approval? Should that be enough adequate time? Because I'm just trying to.
It may possibly be.
But
I'm hoping. It's a big hope. We're going to get a lot done in that workshop session. I agree.
I think we should put it.
Always table it again.
I'll have
Agreed.
it for them. Yeah.
I just don't want to not have it on there and us ready to decide.
I think I agree with you. I think it should be in front of us and pressure. A commitment to continue to move forward and make a decision here.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Item 12, consideration to amend the master fee schedule by adjusting the wastewater to reflect the increase in the regional sewer fee from $9.62 to $11.50. Mike Shaw.
Do we skip 10?
Thank you, Mayor. So we did get word from St. Kitts.
Mike, excuse me. I jumped the gun.
Okay.
Break, will you? Sorry. Item 10, consideration to approve an appeal or reduction of impact fee for the Bedford development. My apologies to the Hoops. Applicant Dan and Leanne Hoops.
Mayor, I'm not sure who's going to jump on that. I think Roger sent some information to you, good gentlemen, in your packets of how staff viewed that. So we'll try to answer any question, but I don't have that. Well, I might, but yeah, it's in your packet on staff's view on that we just don't find any way that staff can award anything. And so, but we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
I don't really have any questions. I think that it's been talked about quite a bit also. I just want to refer to the resolution, I believe, that was signed last November, where the the fee was increased, the park impact fee was increased to 4,800, but also there's a provision in there that allows the city council to adjust impact fees, basically to ensure that impact fees are imposed fairly. I think that there was an offer that was made, and then for various reasons it was rescinded. I'm just going to call this right out of the gate, and I'm going to ask the council what I would offer and propose is a parked impact fee of $3,800 per door, which refers to the old code or the old amount.
You mean 37?
37, yeah, whatever. I think I just rounded it off to 38, so it's $1,000. 3,800 per door for permits pulled for the upcoming year of 365 days. After that time, the park impact fee reverts to the current $4,800. Now that's what I'm going to propose. I know we've talked about it a lot. It's gone round and round, but again, I just want to clarify that it's what you feel is fair.
So can you clarify that for me again? So maybe I misheard you. It's 3,700 for every single unit?
Well, per door.
Per door.
This is a per door charge, but what I'm proposing is a parked impact fee of our previous impact fee that was previous
for
to
all their development, every single unit in that development.
just in Bedford for the permits that are pulled for
Yeah.
1 year.
For one, you're saying 1 year.
Just 1 year. And after that, it's
So I would kind of throw out the question, which again, I hate to get long-term and philosophical about this stuff, but if we're going to do this if we don't feel like this is appropriate for this developer, then I actually think we have to reconsider it for all developers. And I'm not, well, I'll just let that, maybe respond to that if you're willing to.
But in that comment, and I appreciate what you're saying because I've considered that also. But again, that is a provision that is in the resolution that we have that right as city council to consider each case. And if other people feel like that they have been treated unfairly, then we should hear their cases also. It shouldn't be
Well,
limited.
So I guess I land a little bit differently on this, and you're kind of, I don't see where it's unfair. It just seems like they misunderstood, and then when the city brought up a potential resolution, then they couldn't move fast enough on it because the staff is bound by the resolutions or the measures that have already been passed, which was, what was it, a 90-day past, whatever. I don't remember the specific numbers, but it was just a lot of misunderstanding.
And I guess what really concerns me the most about it, to be very honest, is that they were offered a settlement that they agreed to. And then that offer
this is
was
where
rescinded.
I'd like your clarification. Where is the settlement and agreement that I hear this referred to?
I need to make sure I understand what he's saying. Can you finish that?
From what I understand, there was an offer that was made to them, which amounts to this amount that we're talking about that I proposed tonight, that they were offered that. And then at a later time, after they had agreed to that it was rescinded. And to me, that, and I don't care about how it played out or who was at fault or who wasn't or whatever, or why we can't. It's just that the offer was put out there. It was agreed upon, and then it was rescinded.
See, but I thought it was misunderstood that it was per building, not per unit. And that was the only misunderstanding. And that was just a misunderstanding that happened.
Well, there was two misunderstandings, right? There was one misunderstanding that was per building or per door, as they put it. The other one was the time frame. It's because by statute, staff cannot actually give them
only the 90 days.
Only the 90 days. Thank you.
Yeah.
For finishing.
So, but that was maybe that. I mean, I wasn't there. I don't know the conversation, but what I understood from our last meeting was that it was. They said, hey, but it's the 90 days. So you got to pay your park impact after the 90 days. It then increases, and that's by statute.
And again,
if it goes past the 90 days, the only people who can do anything different about that is
the council.
Yes.
But again, just to clarify, is that I would say that it wouldn't be unfair on its merits, but because there was an offer made, whatever those reasons were, and then that offer was taken back, I feel that makes it unfair because they had been awarded basically a something that they both sides agreed to, and then then Washington City pulled back from that agreement. And that's my concern.
And I'm seeing those as just misunderstandings. But Dan, I cut you off so I wanted to make sure I understood what you said there. I didn't want to cut you off as well. Okay.
Well, I don't see it. I see that there was a misunderstanding on both parties. I'm not saying there wasn't.
Yeah.
But there was no decision made. It was just a misunderstanding. And development, we need these impact fees to help keep our quality of life for the community. We need them in roads, we need them in water, we need them in parks. Now, I also know that when people do their developments, they have a pro forma that they look at and see how much it costs, and they put in their cost of their impact fees and determine that cost. So on that cost, I look at it as there was going to be $3,700 for every unit accounted for in a pro forma based on the code that was when they did their pro forma. Now things can change, and we can't always, that's why I was asking for the clarification on the 1 year, because and I was thinking about it this last week of, does the 3,700 make sense for the entire development? Because what if it takes them 30 years to develop every building, and we do another cycle and another cycle, and all of a sudden our impact fees are different, and we don't account for those. So I just wanted to, I appreciate the comment there. I just want to make sure that if whatever we do, that we're not impacting. We have to be very clear that the reason for this was because it happened during the transition. Because you're going to have other developers that already built, say, half their development and say, well, I planned that too. I should get this reduced down to 3,700 for the remainder of my buildings.
And again, I wouldn't mind if people come in if they felt like they were treated unfairly, but the 1 year date that I put on it is just saying that it has an end game, that it doesn't go on. It doesn't, they would need to pull those permits, and that gives us a timeline to work with, and that it just gives them time to pull their permits and proceed with that.
So I don't think the applicant made the case for the disagreement when and it's possible that was a COVID problem. We just didn't have the communication set up. I know she was having trouble hearing us, and I don't know that she was, but I don't think they made the case for being misled or.
They're online, I believe. If Drew told me before that they were planning to be on, so if Mayor wanted them to weigh in, then we could do that.
Are the applicants here? Drew?
Well, they were earlier. I don't know. Leanne or Dan, are you on the line? Because they were on earlier, I was told, and I'm getting a message right now. Let's hold on. They're connected, but they're muted. So if you guys could find a way, the hoops to unmute whatever system you're on, then they could probably hear you.
No, maybe. Hello. Oh. Hello.
I can hear you, Leanne. Council, can you hear her?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, they can hear you, Leanne.
Thank you. I've been on 3 computers, and finally my son came in and did something. So I've been listening. I've been listening in. So go ahead.
Well, I guess my question is, I don't feel like you were attempting to make a case that you had been somehow misled by staff or mispromised. In fact, your communications didn't land with me on that, I guess. So if you want to speak directly to that and make that case, Councilman Ivey be more in coming from that idea.
Okay, I appreciate what. Go ahead.
I said I
am I ready?
Just talk about the process as it relates to what Councilman Ward just asked you about what you feel is fair and what you want in that situation.
I am so sorry that this is a bad connection again. I do appreciate what Councilman Ivy has said and appreciate you listening again. We did think we had a deal. I don't know that it was misunderstood, but and then it was taken back or whatever. And you know, not. I don't know that it was a miscommunication, but it just was unfortunate. And so we did feel like that was kind of unfair. Very unfair, actually.
So now you're saying unfair or just, I'm not seeing anything here that kind of, actually don't even like the word fair, but
I know that's, you know what, that's straight out of the city ordinance, because it says if you feel like you've been treated unfairly, and so that's why we keep calling it unfair. I feel like a little whiner, but the city council words or whatever says if you feel like it's unfair with the impact, that they can, you know, that the city council can make an exception. That's where the unfair comes from.
But that's in relationship to the burden of the impact. Okay. I think what we're talking about here is some type of an unfair action by staff or something you were committed to or told. So, but I just, you're not even, it doesn't sound to me like you're even saying that there was some kind of an.
No, I feel like there's, you know what, this is so multifaceted. There's so many things. I'm trying to not get into all of that and just keep it brief. We're required to spend almost $500,000 and put our own park in, but yet we're being charged a very high impact fee. So I feel like that is unfair. You know, if the city's going to provide all the parks, and we shouldn't be have an impact fee that's outrageous for a small little project, a small little house, and then still have to put in close to $500,000 of our own parks. That is the one thing that we felt very unfairly treated about, you know, or if that makes sense. Sorry, everything's echoing with me. I don't know that I'm even communicating right.
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can.
That's one of our, that's where this started, besides the misunderstanding on the other issues. But I'm just trying to keep it brief. So I don't feel like it's fair to charge a $20,000 impact on a 4,000 square foot home and then require us to also put in, like I said, close to $500,000 in amenities in our small little complex. Doesn't seem right.
I look at that and I understand where your concern is, but we also allowed higher density. With the higher density, you have to put it amenities. So you were able to put more units in a smaller area to do. And so with that, you have to do amenities for that community now. But the same community members use the regional parks as well. And so that's
I don't believe that we maximize that density at all. I feel like we really kept it at a minimum for that zoning.
Maximized. I just said higher density. That's all I said.
Okay.
I didn't say you maximized it. But it was zoned as a higher density itself, is all I'm saying.
I'm not sure how to comment to that then.
At that point, I guess it doesn't sound like to me that we're dealing with something unfair as far as treatment from staff or something that the city or code did. It's really,
I didn't. Well, so we did. Okay.
It sounds to me like we're kind of dealing with what I thought in the beginning, which is kind of an overall. If we're doing that, then I think higher code and say for everybody. Are we prepared to reverse what the previous council made by statute as far as the impact fees for parks? We're talking about the park impact increase we took at that point. And if we're thinking that's wrong and we need to change that and remodify that, I think you're almost doing it for everybody, or you're doing it for like Roger brought up with the work study session. You're looking at realigning some of those costs through your water so that it benefits smaller houses and taxes higher larger houses or properties.
And with that, but you can't, parks are a little different. I always look at them a little different.
No, I appreciate
No,
staff
no.
coming with an idea to say, okay,
No,
look, if you want to modify this.
No, I was going to bring, I didn't want to bring up that one, but I appreciate what you're saying. I think we should look at the park impact fee based on the use, but I think apartments and townhomes use regional parks more than someone who has a lot more acreage. But that's just my opinion.
You could, and it doesn't, it doesn't necessarily even need to be fair. It can just, you can just say, look, we need more low income housing. We want to help them. So we're going to push this burden somewhere else. Governments do it all the time. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying there's options.
Good point.
Mayor, may I speak with the applicant? Sure. Mrs. Hoops, is there anything directly related to fairness that you'd like to tell the council?
I think what you said at first was that we had made a deal and then it was, that we thought we were going for, and then it was taken back. Maybe that's, that just put the frosting on the cake for us. It just didn't seem fair. It didn't seem correct to have that happen.
But so wasn't it really taken back by just a clarification of the statute? Because the staff had, again, I'm trying to understand where this was at. The staff had told them, look, we think we have a resolution by this because there is a provision in the statute that you can have 90 days, but they weren't going to finish in 90 days. So that statute didn't actually apply to them. So it was
the 90 days before, but that's okay.
I didn't understand that. So I wanted to bring up another item that this plat had a condition for the road to the north for 4200 South be dedicated over, and that has not happened, and the plat has been recorded. If we're going to give any variance, that needs to be included as well. I don't know why that hasn't been done. I know the Public Works is ready. Just think it needs to be addressed as far as the right of way. Sorry about that, Mayor. I hope everyone heard me on that. So that's just my thoughts, is that 4200 South was supposed to already be done. It was a condition of part of the plat, and it wasn't done. Plat got recorded. We're here where we're at today, but if we're going to give any variance, that also needs to be included.
I know,
and done like before any variance dollars are accounted going forward.
My feelings with that, Councilman Coates, I've been concerned about that as well, and I don't think it's right to hold something that's been recorded in the plat hostage to a future concern. I think that's already recorded and should be in place regardless of what happens with
I agree too, but I'm just saying at this point, is it no more building permits until that's taken care of?
I feel it's
I asked the question to staff, is that even, I guess I'd ask that to Attorney Starkey. Is that even already, can we do that? I guess is my question.
Councilman.
Well, of all the questions that could have been asked from this discussion, I'll be happy to answer that one. I mean, you have, that's one of the probably the few tools you have with developers who, if what you're saying is with developers who have failed to complete improvements for dedicated city infrastructure, that's one of the tools we have, is to disallow any future land uses or approvals. We also take bonds on those things for that very matter. So we usually have at least a couple of different things to approach on that, but typically we have a bond, a completion bond for improvements that we can also go after the bond on. The city can put them in and take it. So, I mean, you have options there. Certainly they'll certainly fall in it.
That's city improvements. That's not dedicating over the right of way. We didn't ask them to improve the road. We asked them to dedicate the right of way, and the city would improve the road, because we didn't want to, we did not want to incur the cost on them for this segment because it was not part of their development, but their development does not have a public street through it. So one of the conditions was that a public street would be given so that we had connection to Washington Fields Road because of the higher density and all the surrounding development. And that was that was the condition. And then the city has agreed to build the road, which I think is a fair deal.
And bring the improvements.
It's a
Right,
great
the
deal.
utilities.
And I don't know why it's not done.
And so was the dedication not completed on it? So maybe I missed what you're.
Dedicated over any of the land. And I guess my point is,
Yeah, those are tools we could certainly use, and tools that cities have historically used with developers, because there's just not a lot there unless you're going to bring in an actual lawsuit to have a judge force someone to do something like that, which they just don't like to do. So yeah, that's a tool you could use with the developer on any project who failed to complete what you asked them to and what they agreed to on previous projects. So yes.
okay, all right, thank you. I guess that answers my question. And
Okay.
so, but with that, moving forward, I feel like we can help. I'm not saying, and I look at it as the past council approved the 4,800. Let's leave it for the year and it can be relooked at year to year. I wouldn't go ahead and say, let's open it up for discussion today. I mean, we're 6 months in. I don't know. I'd have to ask staff, how often do we look at these? And I thought it was every 5 years or so on the impact fees. But I want to help them. I feel their pain. I think we can help them. My opinion, we can help them. I appreciate the time limit that we can help them.
Well, let's add one of the, I mean, we can readdress this as a council. I mean, I just threw it out there to start the discussion. But Councilman Coates, if we were to add that as one of the conditions, saying that the road would be signed over.
But it should already have been done. So
well,
it sounds like.
But I don't know. I don't think that's even a concern. I don't think that's a part of this. I don't know that, but I don't get the sense that it is from what she's saying. But we could include that in our agreement and just make it a condition on what we're, on whatever we decide as a council to offer, or if anything. But I don't see the road dedication as an issue. I think that they would.
If it wasn't an issue, it would have been done already. Apparently it's an issue.
That's
That's all I'm saying. I don't know if it is,
I don't know that.
but it should have been done already, and it's not done. And so I just wanted to make that clear that I want to help, but it goes both ways, and this should have already been done, and it's not done. So it needs to be done in a timely manner, and I'm all about helping.
Okay, so
enjoying the conversation. Let's get some Councilman Staley comments. Should I invite you now? We should invite each other into the conversation. We're so fly.
No, I'm torn on this one. I can see it both ways. Yeah, it's a tough situation. It certainly was a large impact fee increase. Was it in November, Mayor, that it happened? It went from 3,700 per door to 4,800, and obviously there's been some misunderstandings as to whether or not the park impact fee applied per building or per unit. And there was some confusion with staff as to what exact impact fee applied and for how long that applied. So if there's some give and take, I'd be open to listen to what you recommend. But the conversation's been there. I'm happy to listen to how that plays out.
I have a question. The developer is Ms. Hoops still on the line? Are you here, Leanne? Is it Leanne Hoops? Yes. Ms. Hoops, are you still on the line, ma'am? Oh, I guess.
Still on. Oh, there we go. There we go. You know what? This whole Zoom thing, I don't feel like we're not talking well. Sorry, I'm at work. Not.
I'm not even that I don't like asking questions. One question, Ms. Hoops, about this. One of the things I'm really struggling with, you brought up how much you had set aside before this program, before you started this development, and then said that there was an egregious change. What did you originally set aside for costs related to what you're arguing tonight? What was your original amount of money you set aside?
Okay. Is this on again? I can't tell. I'm sorry. This is just last, it's not working very well. I'm sorry. Are you, try to rephrase that for me.
My question, forgive me if I don't want to put you on a spot. Something that doesn't clarify. How much originally aside for these?
Is it on or not?
Miss Hoops, can you hear me? Man, that just makes it hard to have this conversation. I remember there was a significant amount before any conversation of change in the impact fee happened that I can't remember the number. And I wanted her to be able to clarify that for me. I remember it being significantly lower, even according to the standards that we had in place.
I thought it was because she did it per building.
Exactly. And see, and I understand some concerns, and that's what I thought, and I wanted to clarify is the issue before us happened far before this. And that's the part that I still struggle with. And I really respect the improvements and the development that the Hoops have done. I don't feel like this is a miscommunication on our staff as much as there's been some changes in our impact fees. There's been enough brought forth by our applicant to show that they weren't prepared for this cost is the number one concern that I have. And I don't think that's up to the council and our community to absorb that error. And I apologize, the applicant wasn't able to present that, but that was, I just remember that, and that's been brought up.
Well, it doesn't sound like we're getting much of a consensus here. So maybe we just, I think Councilman Ivy, if I'm clear, you're proposing that we reduce this back to the 37,000.
I hope it's not 37.
3,700.
3,700, excuse me. Good grief. 3,700 and extend it for a year.
That was my original offer, just to get the ball rolling.
Okay. I mean, just turn it into a compromise, cut that in half. So the discount there, the difference between those two numbers, the 37 and the 48, call it 4,250. Take the year, cut it in half, call it 7 months. There's your compromise.
See, I'd say give them the 3,700 for at least a year, because it was a large increase. And if it was a large increase, then we ought to go back and look at it. If it's so egregious that developers can't handle it. I'm not saying developers can't handle it. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't go look at it. We should, but it's not the time, because I'm all about looking at it, because I've said it before. I thought it was higher than I thought it was going to go. I was surprised at the end number. I've always have been, but they did a good. I don't want to go into that. I'm open to 3,700 for a year.
Can I get Mayor, with your leave?
I think City Manager, did you want to make a comment on this?
No, I think just a clarification, but I think it may be not relevant, but I believe that all the permits that have been applied for to date, so I'm not talking about your future waiver, but I think, and Drew can correct me on this, because again, impact fees are charged at the time of permit. And part of the reason they're done that way is because you have subdivisions that'll come in and they'll do a pro forma, whether they're going to build the subdivision for the next 5 years, and impact fees change. And they do their pro forma as well, and it throws them off because, and so inherently, I suppose that is partially unfair, but that is the reason it's done at the time of permit, not at the time of the subdivision. I just want to clarify with Drew, because I don't want to be mistaken on this, but the permits that have currently been filed, all were filed within the 90 days. So I think they're already at the 3,700. Is that correct, Drew?
That is correct. They pulled the one building, which is 4 units, and they were given $3,700 on that because it was applied for beginning of February, and the 90 days would have been at the end of February.
So there is no reason in the motion to fix the permits that's been in. What you would be making the motion on is that future permits within whatever time period you want would be honored at the previous impact fee rate, not the current one. Just wanted to clarify.
Appreciate that, Roger. When I'm saying a year, I'm saying a year from, I wasn't saying from now. I'm saying from when they, in my mind, it was a year from when they pulled their first permit. So I don't know when that was, but that was my thinking.
Well, that's what my thought was, just not to just make it easy. I kind of thought that route too, but Um,
You want to make a motion?
I will make a motion, just because. I just need to- I'd make a motion that we offer and propose a park impact fee of the previous year's rate of $3,700 per door for permits pulled for an upcoming year from this date to July of 2021. After that period of time, the park impact fee reverts to the current $4,800 park impact fee.
So do we need to add in road?
Yeah,
That
I
the
would
road-
also,
That none of these will be applied unless the road's dedicated over. Like no dollars will be reduced unless the road's dedicated over.
and as a condition that the road will be signed over in the next 30 days to the city of Washington.
Guys, I hate to say this, but you're gonna have to clarify at least that last part, because just by state law, if you have changed your impact fee by then, and it's no longer 48, you would have to go through this process again in order to give a waiver somehow of that. So it would be at the then current rate. That'll make it easier.
And I'm good with that.
I was confused on that.
Should I even make a motion?
You want to change your motion?
Should I shoot it again? Okay. I'd like to make a motion to offer and propose a park impact fee of $3,700 per door for permits being pulled for the upcoming calendar year. After that period of time, the impact fee reverts to the current impact fee at that time, with the provision that the road, not sure the address, I'm sorry.
4200 South.
4200 South dedication will be signed over to Washington City within 30 days of today's date.
What was the time period, the calendar year? Do you want to clarify that possibly?
1 year from today's date.
So I saw Drew shaking his head. Is there any concern?
Any comment, Drew, while you're mulling?
That wasn't clarified. You talked about a calendar thing, and I want that specifically on there. Again, we go from a year from now. That's a lot of time.
July 8th, 2021.
That's it. July 8th, 2021.
Rather you put a date on it than talk about, things like that. So
Good enough. Thank you.
I'll second it.
I do have a motion and a second. Do a roll call vote.
Any discussion?
Any discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, nay. Ward, nay.
Staley, aye.
All right, that passes 3-2. Okay, move on to item 12 now. Consideration to amend the master fee schedule by adjusting the wastewater to reflect the increase in the regional sewer fee from $9.62 to $11.50.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. St. George City has looked at their fees that they're charging the regional cities, and to cover additional O&M expenses, they are increasing the rate that we pay them by $1.88 per residential unit. So that will take it from the current fee of $9.62 to $11.50 per month on a single family residence. With that, I'll answer any questions.
Mike, can you just confirm that this is a much better cost to the residents of our city than if we attempted at this point to do our own wastewater treatment plant?
Oh, much better. Okay. You know, we actually did an analysis out for the Red River area, Long Valley area, and actually looked at putting a treatment facility in there. And our cost for a normal residence would have been about 4 times more than we're paying St. George City for treatment. And then our O&M cost, it went up to it was like $28 a month just for the treatment end for that running that plant. So this is a good rate for us. It's not a large increase. We haven't had an increase for quite a while from St. George's. I can't even remember the last time we actually had an increase. I think the last one we had was actually a decrease from them, probably about 4 years ago. This is also a pass-through. So on the utility bill, it does state that this is a pass-through fee. It goes to St. George City. It's not anything we're collecting and keeping any part of.
And I appreciate the work you've done. I think I can speak for all of us with all the lift stations, and so it's a dirty job. It's a lot of work, but it was neat to see the one even down on Country Way, which has been a point of conversation tonight. But I don't see any reason why we shouldn't just approve this. If there's not any other conversation, I'll make the motion that we amend the master fee schedule by adjusting the wastewater to reflect the increase in the regional sewer fee from $9.62 to $11.50.
Second.
A motion and a
Coates.
go ahead.
Sorry, I just said second by Coates.
Okay, thank you. Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Aye. Ward, aye. Staley, aye.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 13, consideration to approve an interlocal cooperation agreement to provide support to Washington County in hosting the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, St. George 202. That's 2020. Ironman North American Championship, St. George 2020 and 2023. Ironman 70.3 North American Championship 2021, 2022, and 2024. Chief Williams and Council Starkey.
All right, let me try to plow through this really fast because I've just barely even touched this, but it just made the most sense for me to run with it. So as you guys may recall, back in February, Kevin Lewis from Greater Zion and from the Ironman, who represents the county with this particular event that we've had down here for a number of years. He came in and gave the council, gave the council kind of an update on what was happening with Ironman, with the excitement about having the regionals and the world competitions coming up in the next few years. Our last agreement had been signed a few years ago and ran, so was expiring. So in order to shore up the interlocal agreements between the municipalities involved and supporting on the event, Kevin came and gave you guys a great summary on where he was at with the events and what was going on. That was all pre-COVID. So even though at the time there was a draft agreement there, which is basically the previous agreement that we've used before with the updates of the 2021, 2022, and the 2024 with the North American Championships and World Championships, those things added to it. It's basically the same agreement we've had in place already and that the counties had in place with the municipalities involved. And then COVID hit, and within a few weeks, everything had been basically put on hold, and I'm not sure we're any closer to knowing where we're at as far as the events themselves go. I reviewed the agreement at the time, so back in February, and it was generally what we had seen before, what we'd been used to using. Chief Williams, I'm pretty sure that Barry was involved. Barry Blake also was involved in their kind of the coordination meetings that they do as they prepare for this every year. So that's why Chief is also listed on here to give any updates, but he would have been attending the coordination meetings to be able to give you guys understandings of how he felt on it, felt about the the planning for it, what our part would be, if there were concerns about anything. I think in the past, and Chief, you tell us otherwise, and certainly Kevin can also give us a quick update or tell us about any concerns we need to look for in our agreements, that they had gone really well. We had had no issues in terms of just the contracts themselves and working and cooperating together. But again, I think that's as far as we got. And Kevin, although he's been out of town, Chief, so after you give whatever input you might have on it, again, the agreement itself is fine in terms of going forward unless we have issues with it. I think the council would really like to hear kind of an update on where you're at, Kevin, and just negotiating with the event given our current state of the world. So, Chief, if you want to take any, or if we want to turn over to Kevin, who's available and online too.
I don't have a whole much more to offer from what Council Starkey has already provided, but we did work together with Kevin and the other Ironman staff. Any operational needs and any course adjustments that need to be made, and they were very accommodating. We were able to come to an agreement on what this course would be and the amount of staff that was needed and everything else. So we're comfortable with where it's at, and we're ready to facilitate the needs to host this. So I just had a quick question for Kevin, if we're still looking at this September 19th date.
Hey, and Kevin, if you
Yeah,
could, hey, Kevin, just real quickly, just to add into that, because I think it'll help in giving information to the council who really probably needs the update. And that is if we're locking in some dates and we still are kind of uncertain on where our city's at and what conditions are going to be at hand, that must present a bigger problem for you as a host of the event itself, and being able to lock down events and how many people have to be there and whether or not you got enough volunteers to work and whether it's safe or not. So you might want to give us some updates on what you're thinking and let the council be thinking about how they may need to evaluate this also. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Chief.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm on the East Coast and it's getting a little late here, guys. You need to wrap up. Hey, appreciate all the good work behind the scenes. And Jeff, thanks for the introduction on everything. We have had to navigate things. It's been an interesting ride, but we were able to come up with a date, proposed date of September 19th, and essentially got the communities and the agencies sort of dialed in on that, that's what we're shooting for. And right now that's still in the works for the event. Just talked with Ironman at the end of last week, and what they have been doing is Ironman as a organization has put together their what they call Return to Racing platform, which is a high-level general overview of how they're going to get races back going again under the current circumstances with the health restrictions and so forth. And then from that guideline, every race organizer and every venue is putting a specific plan together for their venue. Last week, as I talked to Paul Huddle with Ironman, he told me that plan is right now sitting with their executives for final approval. The plan for our race is just sitting with the executives at Ironman for final approval, and we should have that hopefully within a couple of days. And we will submit that plan to all of the major venues and agencies involved to review and take a look at and make sure that they're comfortable with it as well. I spoke with Dr. Blodgett briefly this week, asked him about his interest in being involved in that, and he's certainly willing to review and go over the information. But he did suggest that really it's laid out in the governor's plan on how to host these events. There are some specific things and criteria that you need to hit, and so that's what we're trying to do with this. I haven't seen this plan specific to our race yet, but it is in the works, and we'll have that shortly. So I think like anything these days, it is all day to day and could change, depending on the the turn of events. But we have a plan moving forward to host the race this year on the 19th, and then the subsequent races on the typical days that they would have been on in our agreement.
Thank you, Kevin.
Sorry, guys. So council, of course, any questions that you have, we always appreciate the fact that Kevin always comes with an attitude that he's certain everything is going to work out perfectly, and it's going to make all of our communities wealthy beyond belief and happy beyond belief. So we appreciate that, Kevin. One of the questions I have, is there anything that I'm just trying to anticipate within the agreements, whether there's any exhibits, those kind of things? Because again, council can mention whether or not they're concerned with anything. I think this is basically the understanding and agreement we've had for years, and it's worked really well. So that wouldn't necessarily be the issue. The issue might only be whether or not further information that you're bound to receive that either clarifies or modifies going forward, and how that might trickle down to Washington City, just to make sure that either one, we're not capable of providing what you might need us to based on the changes, or otherwise. So if there's anything you can think of, because I suspect there still may be some dates that may change, those types of things, and maybe exhibits that'll need to be added based upon what you learn. Otherwise, I'm not sure I necessarily have any questions about it, but council may.
So Jeff, I'll jump in for just a sec.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we recognize that, this is for multiple years, right? This is
correct.
2021 through 2024, 2020 through 2024, multiple events. Just looking at the agreement, it looks like it's maybe just kind of a form or a draft of maybe even what they did with the city of St. George, because the last page, page 8, has a signature for the city of St. George. So I would certainly hope that at least Washington City gets their name on the back of that document to sign if we're going to be providing this. And that leads to my question is, does Chief Williams or any other staff have any concerns with meeting the requirements within this interlocal?
No, like I said, we've gone through the operational process with this, and we're confident that we're going to have the staff needed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, this one is just the half Ironman, not the full Ironman, right?
This year, 2020 will be the full, but the interlocal agreement covers all of the events. And Jeff, I think you had indicated the question on dates, and as I recall, I don't have that copy in front of me, but as I recall, I don't think we put specific dates. We just put the year of those events. It seems like that was what was the interlocal agreement was written.
There are some exhibits. There are still some exhibits that'll be needed to be added to it. And Council Staley, I appreciate you reading through these. You have more time at night than I find sometimes. But just so you also know, because of just our upside down world the last 4 months, there's been no changes in this particular agreement since back in February. So there may take a little bit of cleaning up. There's some typos I've marked up that would be cleaned up. And certainly we don't usually like to sign as St. George City, but we're going to have some exhibits also attached to it. And so the cleanup stuff, which I'm always a little bit, retentive about anyway. So otherwise, yeah, it's about the same time length as our previous, now expiring interlocal agreement also.
So I had a question on, it's page 4 of 8 on the non-competition. Reading this, it looks as if anything longer than an Olympic distance, we cannot hold or advertise, or just kind of curious on why we can't. I'm just saying, if another venue said, hey, not on a competing date, but we want to run a half race or something like that, or close to it, but they're not. I mean, I've done triathlons where it was a run bike run, or they've done different distances.
Mhm.
Why are we limiting it to Olympics as long as we're not doing exactly an Ironman and calling it Ironman?
We made Kevin answer this question and what exactly ambush marketing is in previous years too. So Kevin, go ahead, give him a good answer to this. Why we
Sure.
can't have it in our competing event.
You bet. It's kind of standard Ironman protocol when they go into a venue. What they don't want is kind of competing events and or competing marketing that sort of sponges off of their brand and start sell. Where you would set up around the Ironman event and kind of hijack and create your own festival or your own event that's utilizing all of their marketing and all the people that they're putting into it. So that's the ambush marketing. And then the competing event, they just limit that to an Olympic triathlon event. Anything that's a duathlon or anything that's not of the same swim, bike, run nature would be okay. But they do limit us to, they don't want another 70.3 or full distance triathlon in our area.
And Barry, you might, I apologize, but Barry's probably the interface that we've had over the years. So Barry and Cole probably, in terms of just any questions that come up about that. Because as I recall, one year we had our Dogtown race was about the same time too, and there was a question of whether or not we could do our Dogtown race at the same time. So maybe even Barry can give an idea of how his approach to that is, and any issues that might concern him over the years.
Really, the only concern I think that the city has, and I think the chief has kind of talked about that, the traffic and things like that, how it goes through town. We've kind of made some arrangements to kind of get around the problems we had with the other celebrations. So those have been arranged otherwise.
So we still were able to do our event in some way for our community also, Barry. So, and you knew it plenty ahead of time so that it didn't present any problems to our local people who were putting efforts into maybe, a Dogtown race or something else going on.
Well, it has in the past, but we've made adjustments to that. Not the last little while, so we're all right.
Council Stark, it seems like in the past, some of the dates for the Ironman conflicted a little bit with our Cotton Days celebrations. So it wasn't necessarily a competing triathlon of like a half or a full Ironman or distance. So, but that's been a little bit of, but I think what we've done as a city is just, we started making pancakes and cheering on the athletes. So, I mean, it seems like it's been a good, good relationship that way.
I agree, Council Staley. It's, as long as Kevin, keeps a good interface, keeps good dialogue with Barry, Cole, Chief, and they don't turn into, a Grateful Dead troop that we can't do anything during that time period. I've seen that it's worked out well, I think. And the first interlocal agreement, I was at least a little more cagey in terms of what was there, and the remainder of staff felt very good about it. So,
thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. I think we'll all
Yeah,
in a motion.
All right, I'll take a stab. I'll take a stab at a motion. Kevin, thank you, by the way. On the East Coast time, get some sleep, okay?
You betcha.
All right, I'll go ahead and motion that we approve this interlocal cooperation agreement with a few final edits by our city attorney to provide support to Washington County in hosting the Ironman 70.3 World Championship St. George 2020, the Ironman North America Championship St. George 2020 and 2023, and the Ironman 70.3 North American Championship in 2021, 2022, and 2024.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Clough, aye.
Ward eye.
Staley, aye.
All right, that is approved. Thank you, gentlemen. Anything to report from your assigned committees?
You heard my report tonight,
Yeah, you had a good report.
I do. I wanted to start off by, I probably should have done this at the first of the meeting when it was our opportunity there, but last Saturday was Independence Day, and it just gave me time to reflect and appreciate our great country. And it just was a time for me to reflect and to be so thankful that we live where we do and have the safety and the quality of life that we have. And I just want to thank our military and veterans for providing that, and for our police officers and firefighters here locally and our first responders that helps to ensure those qualities. As far as the only other committee assignment that I would bring up is the CARES Act. We are putting together a list right now of what those qualifying expenditures will look like, and bring that forward as they're finalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I just have a small one, but just to thank you to Public Works for the bicycle markings on the new sections of the Washington Parkway and North Main Street. And just kind of a report back is that that committee would like to do something with that has to do with bicycles in conjunction with the grand opening of Main Street. So we'll keep you posted on that. It's not,
Sounds great.
that's light and fun.
Yeah.
But I think those will be great. It seems like we're getting those bicycle lanes on a lot of our new roads, and so that's good stuff.
Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? If not, we'll move on to city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of projects I'd update the council on. Our water department building at the Public Works yard, the floor is being poured for that building, so we're moving along there. We are in discussions with Co-West on the Coral Canyon water tank, and the council start to see some stuff moving towards them fairly soon on that. Our East Lift sewer station, the wet well, has been delivered, and we're hoping to complete that project in August. The Washington Dam sewer line is about 50% complete. Again, hope to have that completed in August. We had some questions about the dates on the public comment period for milepost 11. That's currently posted in the Federal Register, and that is anticipated to close on September 8th. So that was some news that we wanted to share. Main Street project, you're seeing that's coming awful close. Probably next week, you'll see some paving going down from about 200 north to 400 north. You can continue to see the curb, gutter, sidewalks, and median curbing that's continued to be worked on as well on Main Street. We're working on design right now on the Washington Dam Road, hoping to advertise that in September. We've closed on the first piece of property on 3650 South. This is, of course, towards the west end, where we're coordinating with St. George on that connection. The Parkway signal, we had indicated once before that we were delayed on the heads for the traffic signal. We do have all the parts now, and they are anticipating installing all those parts, the cross arms, the heads, Friday morning at 2 a.m. And if everything goes well, that traffic signal will be operational on Friday. So it may or may not, but we hope it will be. The Parks Department, the boilers are about 99% complete. I hope the council will just, even if they do it on their own, go up and take a look at that. There's some parts that we're waiting to receive on the playground equipment to finish that off. And we're working through punch list items with the contractor. Our anticipation is that we will do a soft opening in August. We want to give the grass, I think I mentioned this before, we want to give the grass plenty of time before we start to really encourage people to be there. We're looking at a soft opening in August with a more permanent type of ribbon cutting in September. The Virgin River Trail extension that was kind of referred to earlier, which is that east end of our Virgin River Trail to the Sunrise Valley Bridge. Those plans will be available to complete that section about mid-July, with the anticipated conclusion of that project, which actually will go beyond, I'm sorry, it will go beyond the bridge. It'll go to the county line, and that's anticipated to hopefully be completed by the end of September. And then I thought you might be interested, Mike gave me these today, to hear some of the numbers on the Suntran line coming into Washington. So in the month of June, we had 1,589 riders. Now let me put that into perspective for you. So the Dixie line, I don't know exactly where that goes, but the Dixie line had 1,273. And Ivans, and I think this is fairly common, has 414. So Suntran thinks it's an overwhelming success, this line coming into Washington. Let me give you a couple of other just piece of information that you might find just interesting. The largest stops, of course, Walmart by far, probably clobbered every other stop by 4 to 5 times, about 238 passengers picked up at Walmart, followed by the library with 60 passengers. And then their Main Street ones are very popular. Some of the Telegraph ones, the community center, it kind of goes down from there. But we can kind of see. Now, again, we're going to monitor this for a period of a few months to determine if those are the appropriate stops. We'll also be getting some feedback, working with Suntran to get feedback from our riders to see that if those are appropriate. We have had people ask, you know, can we put up permanent fixtures and that? And of course, our response is at the moment, we're not putting up permanent fixtures. And actually that was recommended to us from Suntran as well, until we determine that the stops are in the appropriate location. At that point, then we'll develop some sort of plans, and they won't all have the same facilities, but we'll try to develop something in some places that are more permanent. Again, these are all transit eligible expenses. So when that time comes, I think that we can, we'll have the funds we need to do that. I just thought you might be interested in those numbers. I think we're all excited, and it is kind of fun watching that bus roll down Telegraph Street. So I think, Mayor.
Roger, real quick question for you.
Yes.
So your plan is then to pare down the number of stops on the
No, not at all. No. Matter of fact, the stops were done, you know, with a lot of thought, and not just really not as much by us, although we had input, but by Suntran. No, it will be if they're in the right locations, the best locations, the most optimal locations. So we may find that one needs to be moved a block or two, or we're going to get feedback from the public saying, well, if you were a little closer to here, that works for us. And so, no, we don't plan on paring down any. We think we've got the right number of stops. The timing is about right. And that's important for the drivers to make their connections. And so it would just be if the locations are the optimal locations.
Thank you.
I think that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So made. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 17 minutes.